Scone rests on many pillars, some of stone, some of tradition, some individuals, indispensable to the city's institutions. The long and storied lives of such people are well known, venerated, and enshrined in living memory. All save one. A man who seems to know everyone, yet about whom little is known in turn. He walks among Scon's highest halls of power and its lowest, most shadowed corners. An ever-changing constant who seems at once like a recent arrival and like a part of the city that has always been. Everyone's friend. Everyone's ally. Whatever you need, he'll provide it with a smile. There's just the matter of payment. Orcris. I know I asked you last time and you took a stab at it, but I'll give it to you again in case you want to change or modify or add to your answer. Why don't you go ahead and describe this man?
No.
Fair enough. A common response when asked to describe himself. No, there's no need.
Look, use your eyes. And if you're listening to this, you should watch it. Got a lot of good graphics.
Indeed.
And if you can't watch it, I look like an aging rock star with 3 eyes. I've got hooves and a scorpion's tail.
Some of you is rock.
Some of me is rock.
But you're right. In the end, what you look like is far from the most interesting thing about you. What you do is often of much greater interest. And on this particular day, you're keeping up with some of your ongoing obligations. For while you do know everyone, talk to everyone, keep an eye on everything, there are some places that, while they may not be home, are places that you find yourself spending a great deal of your time and your effort. Your most important people, the people that you serve more than any, faithfully and consistently, in a manner of speaking. And today, it's time to call on one of those people. You find yourself at the estate of a prominent lady of the city named Kishal Hedis, where you are employed as a tutor for her 2 children. And the family has several scriveners on retainer who instruct the children in subjects like letters and mathematics, natural sciences and philosophy. And as is traditional, those scriveners are part of the household. They eat and sleep and work on the grounds of the estate. And yet, the lady of the house insists on employing you as well, a man with a vagabond's reputation who does not dedicate himself solely to the family, but instead comes and goes as he pleases. Tell me, what is your unique insight, your area of mastery that she so prizes that she tolerates this unusual arrangement?
I have been outside of the city. I have stories. I am worldly in a place where the world does not seem real. It is a very unique sort of situation, as the stolen breath does not recede often, and when it does, people scurry out like rats, oftentimes never to be seen again. And so it is an even stranger situation when one leaves and comes back. Back home to the noisy, small people of Scon.
Well, you can hear as you step into one of the main rooms of the estate. By Scani standards, not that noisy, but certainly the people that you can hear are small. It seems like the household servants are at work attending to their various chores. You were at a mid-session break with the kids. You worked with them in the morning, dismissed them for the afternoon meal, and they are 10 minutes overdue to resume lessons. So no doubt they are loafing around somewhere, and it's time to get the show on the road.
Mm-hmm. Game is paused.
It should not be. It does not say it is
now.
for me. Okay.
It is. Everything is good now. Take a look around.
Yep. You can hear to your left somewhere. It sounds like servants are cleaning the fountains in the little side chamber, and to the right, the occasional little scraping of metal as another servant is moving around, dusting and rearranging the small objects displayed as trophies on the tables in that room. These are sort of, to each side of you is sort of a little antechamber in front of bedrooms. So often the kids will simply kill time there. And in front of you, to the north, the working office of the lady of the house. Very open, very, very plush, as much for entertaining as properly getting work done. And as you pass to this side, you can see off to your left that indeed one of the children is in here. I say children. They're both teenagers. A young man stands here contemplatively at the edge of the fountain, sort of idly swishing a hand in it and occasionally grabbing hold of some of the waterborne foliage and examining it, playing with it. This young man, you know, as your student and the son of the household, and his full name, his given name, is Kishal Nirir, but the name that he actually goes by typically is simply Nir. And he's a sort of modestly built young lad, tall but not very bulky, with streaks of jade running across his shoulder and face. And he appears to be entirely oblivious to the fact that you are here to look for him. Just continues futzing with the plants in the pool here. This servant who's cleaning the fountain down here kind of like gives you a look and shrugs and goes back to cleaning.
Now I wonder what could be so interesting in that pond that you would keep me waiting for 10 whole minutes.
Oh, has it been that long? I didn't realize. No, you're right. There's, I just, Bit of a, I daydreaming again. I do apologize, Master Orcris.
It's fine. Just understand that to some, some hold more value in time than others.
Oh, well, of course. Before we go...
Time is all we have, after all. Truly.
He thinks for a minute. Well, there's money.
And how do you get money?
He kind of smirks and swishes a finger in the pool. Be born to the right parents.
Indeed. How did they get money?
He stops and thinks. Well, in my mom's case, marry someone who was born to the right parents.
And how did they get money?
All right. I get it. We're doing the whole, back and back and back. And someone at some point, I'm sure, was toiling very hard under the beating sun.
If they weren't stealing it, which also takes time, they were working for it, using the only resource they had. Time.
He folds his arms over his chest and kind of peers down. Do you think they're looking a little... maybe a little unhealthy today? I feel like they've lost some color since the last time I was... Picks up a frond and examines it.
I'll take a look. How healthy do these look?
To you... well, I suppose, why don't you go ahead and give me your first and most important roll to do of the game for plant analysis.
Oh.
Yeah, I do a little alchemy.
I've been known to dabble. They look fine to you, or at least they look the same as they usually do. But, Near spends, this is not the first time you found him carefully studying the plants in here, and while he does frequently have his head in the clouds, he does seem to have an interest in botany, and you're willing to credit him as far as if he's noticing something that you're not, it may be real and not just his imagination.
Yeah. Well, what do you do when the plant gets sick?
Well, I mean, we have a gardener on staff, but I don't know. They care a lot about making sure they look right. But sometimes, by the time it really starts looking wrong, it's too late to save it. Whatever the underlying cause is already too far gone. I suppose... If I had the right materials, I could probably fertilize this somehow. I already spent my allowance for the week, though.
Well, let us hope that whatever it is that you spent it on was worth this loss. I give him kind of like a little smile.
Harsh but fair, I guess. All right, well... Yeah, okay, I'll get my stuff together. Where do you... Are we doing the lesson up here today?
Here's fine.
Okay. Then give me just a second. I'm sure it'll take you at least a solid, minute to 5 minutes to hour to get my sister. So I'm gonna give this a little more attention while I've got the chance. If that's all right with you, Master Orcris.
It's only time.
Huh? Yeah. He laughs a few seconds later, not sure if that was a joke or not. Step through the curtains here to see this servant dusting and polishing as you expected, and sitting here fully entirely reclined, arms dangling off one end, feet almost all the way to the other, a teenage girl, also streaked with jade, in her case encompassing her eye, which glows with a sort of almost neon heat mirage. Hishal Hadis's beloved daughter and Nir's twin sister, Kishal Faris, or Far.
I knew it.
I am a predictable fuck, if nothing else. She is entirely stretched out on this, eyes just barely open, and one arm slumped a little bit off the side, feeling around until it manages to locate a small dish of dates that's sitting on the table beside the recliner, out of which she plucks exactly one and raises it to her mouth. She appears to be doing nothing whatsoever.
I will move over quietly and, as silently as I can, sneak the bowl of dates away so that when next she reaches, she like fumbles about.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will take when she does, I will take a date and eat it.
Yeah, you see, you silently slide it back and pluck a date from the bowl, and you see her hand reach down for another one, and it feels, dun, 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 swishes around in the air once. Then she raises it up and rests it on her chest and lets out a very soft grumble.
Oh no, I was going to be holding the bowl of dates.
Oh no, yeah. She doesn't find the bowl of dates.
Oh, she didn't find it. Okay.
No, yeah. She feels a couple of times and then just gives up. The hand raises back to her chest and she lets out a little. Think you're a pretty funny fucking guy, don't you? Oh, it's you. She looks over. She probably was expecting her brother. Oh, what do you want?
Just to jest and make jokes. I believe we are due for a lesson.
Oh, has it been that long already?
Indeed.
Hmm.
I know how the time flies when you lay about.
I'm pretty precise. I usually eat dates at a very, very precise interval. So, I can keep pretty good time by them, and that bowl still looks pretty full to me, just saying.
And we keep time through the dates in this bowl. I grab one and take a bite.
Her eyes narrow with each date that enters your mouth. Are you holding my snack hostage, Master Orcris?
Yes.
Fine. You already got near, didn't you? I can't even wait for that.
No, unfortunately, you can't.
All right. She puts her hands behind her head and straightens up her posture as she stretches for a minute, but then flops back into place. Well, can we do it in here? I'm really, really comfortable.
No, we cannot.
What? All right.
Comfort is anathema to wisdom.
She slowly curls up, stretches one more time, and then scoots herself around and places her feet on the floor here and just kind of daintily, nimbly steps off the recliner onto the couch here, over the table and past the candelabra. All right, lead the way, I guess.
Near.
What? What? Oh. Oh. A few seconds later. You could just say, like, come here.
I'm not your father.
I thought you were... whatever. All right. Whatever yourself. You didn't even have a snack. All right. He sits down and rubs his eyes and folds his hands over his lap. Where are we picking up, Master Orcris?
Right where we left off this morning. The Sea of Stones.
He walks over to the shelf here and runs his finger along it and looks at a couple of tablets, trying to find a particular one. Are we gonna have anything on that, or is this story time?
No, I'm merely wasting all of our time. There is no sense to anything that I have taught you. Not now, nor later will there be.
Hot damn. I'll make sure to tell Mom so that she'll stop having you come here. That was a joke, right? Who can say?
Have a seat.
I think, for what it's worth, I think your lessons are actually very interesting, Master Orcris.
Whether you think they're interesting or not has no bearing on the fact that I still must teach you. That is the contract that I have entered with your mother. And we can make this as painful or painless as you please. I know that your days are very busy.
Well, I mean...
If you would believe it, mine are too.
I mean, they can't be that busy if you have time for kidnapping dates, that's all I'm saying. Also, our days are going to be very busy very soon, thank you very much. We got this stupid... It's our birthday coming up, and our mom is definitely going to do some big stupid thing that'll be boring and dumb. And on the side, we got to organize the actual party. I don't think Master Orcris needs to know about any of that, right? His sister shrugs. Anyway, Sea of Stones, whatever. Stone Sea.
Imagine a place, imagine, if you will, a place where the stone is liquid.
So,
Piping hot. Glowing a phosphorescent red.
Nier raises his hand. Lava, right? Or magma?
Yes.
Okay. I'm imagining.
Within the caldera, within the bowl that holds all of this lava, people find a way to build. They have kept their city afloat for over 1,000 years. Sitting inside, utilizing Gaia's power to power their own civilization. Living in complete harmony with the world around them. They have both tamed the lava, tamed her beating core, but also live in solitude with it. She does not strike back. She merely waits, sits, works for the people.
Nir's been kind of nodding along with this, but kind of stops and taps his finger on his mouth a few times. Isn't it? It couldn't be the influence of Gaia, though, could it? Because Gaia is Scon's patron.
Gaia is everywhere. Whether Scon's patron or no. In other places, she goes by other names. Sometimes he. I have seen all manner of gods.
Okay, well, don't let any of our like 4 priests here hear you say that. For what it's worth, I do believe you though, because you've seen it, and I think that counts for more.
I'm not suggesting that these gods are in any way different from one another. No, they're all one and the same. The stories surrounding them. The stories surrounding them are interpreted differently based off of the culture watching. What are their needs? What are their morals? What are their justifications? What is their myth? All people have a myth. From Scon to, well, anywhere. Anywhere where peoples gather, anywhere where there is a star in the sky to gaze upon. People will tell stories.
But how could it all be the same if it's... Oh my god. Nir, it's obvious different cultures see the same phenomena and assign them different arbitrary interpretations based on their cultural or religious subtext, and that's how you get different deities, and that's just how that happens, obviously.
More
Okay.
But then there are gods that others have that we do not. I have seen blind gods. I have seen pale children. I have seen strange animals. I have seen stranger still. Masked folk who walk the streets, acting as an avatar of their god. For when people assign characteristics to a god, they also assign personalities, wants, needs to those gods. And as good subjects to their gods, they offer supplication.
And what if it's not good enough?
It always is.
No,
That's the strangest part of all, isn't it? People are never wrong when they have come up with a way to please their god. They always seem to get it just right, don't they?
Well, yeah, obviously, because all the myth and ritual was invented by mortal minds anyway. Although, Sue raises a single finger, it would be pretty cool if they actually did fuck up and you found a place where the god was just like, all right, never mind, and blew it up. You find any of those?
As many places as rise. Inevitably, some fall. I've seen ruins. Places which perhaps held some great civilization some 1,000 years past. Surely they had built their own edifices, their own castles, their own temples, with their own nameless deities forgotten to the sands of time.
And just no people left at all?
It's not to say that they didn't. It's not to say that they met some horrible cataclysm. In all likelihood, it could be that the farms were no longer arable. They could no longer suck dirt from the earth with which to eat, and so they moved on. Ingratiated themselves to other cultures until they became a part of those cultures and took on and combined their own myths, their own legends with the people who they eventually found. Or maybe they starved. There's so much about this world that we just don't know, isn't there?
Yeah, maybe someone came along and took their dates.
Maybe so.
Hello! Hello, 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 I'm home!
Oh my
Oh
god.
dear.
Music no longer appropriate, hang on.
This is wherever you are?
Nope, that's too... here we go. Lady of the house comes bustling into the room, carrying several bags, probably from whatever errand she was just running. She is she's a fairly short, slightly stout woman, toned entirely in bronze. Her skin, her hair, all of it, and draped with an elaborate shawl and just a whole chest's worth of jewelry. Your employer, Kishal Hadis, one of the wealthiest nobles in the city, and in many private opinions, one with more items of jewelry than sense. She comes down the carpet and sets a few things down on the couch here. Turns. All right, enjoying your lesson, kids? Yeah, that's pretty great. Yeah, it's, we were talking about civilizations outside of Scon, and you're taking notes, you're taking copious notes. Yes? Yeah, I got it all up here. She taps the side of her head.
They have proven very erudite students.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Come here, let me just... kiss, peck on cheek. Peck on cheek.
She goes up and it looks like she's yelling in his ear.
I was going to say, she goes over and gives Arcris a peck on the cheek as well.
Well.
Master Orcris, I don't know what I would do without you. You provide such a wonderful, unique perspective on the world.
I am so fortunate. I am so fortunate that my many travels have brought me to a place where I can truly make a difference, such as here in your beautiful home.
Well, I've got stories from my travels as well. She walks up and does not sit in the chair. She sort of begins excitedly pacing back and forth in front of it. Well, well, well. You won't believe it. You won't believe what I've heard about the latest travails in the saga of the Batalus family. I just feel so awful. Oh, that poor woman and her poor family. Oh, devastating, heartbreaking. It's all over. It's all over but the singing, and that singing's going to take such a long time. It's going to be dreadful. It's going to be also really fascinating to watch. I won't lie. It's going to be it'll be the talk of the town, and I'm going to hear everything before anyone else. But I'm sorry, I shouldn't interrupt your academic studies with the hot goss, but I might want to just a little. If I come back, you'll know. We can talk for a second. Sure, Mom, we can talk. Yes! Claps her hands together. Oh, Master Orcris, I may need a word with you in a few minutes, but just don't let me interrupt. Don't let me interrupt. I would never dream of interrupting. I'm just going to go take care of a few things. She winks at you with one eye and then the other.
I courteously bow.
Study, study, study! Learn, my children, learn! You don't want to end up like some families.
I sort of like poke my head off to the side. Once I know she's gone, pull it back. Well, if that interruption is complete, I sort of smile.
No, didn't she hear? She'd never dream of interrupting. What are you talking about?
Sometimes we do things that we can scarcely dream.
Go ahead and roll the die real quick.
Okay. Let me.
This is to resist the sniper.
Yeah.
Real quick. Let's see. There we go. Okay. You the momentary distraction, you lock eyes with Far, who in the middle of that whole thing definitely made a quiet move as you were watching, waiting for her mother to exit the scene, to try and swipe exactly one additional date from the bowl. And you exactly turn around to meet her as she's doing this. She looks up at you. Her expression does not change. She slowly continues reaching for the date to see what you'll do.
I just hold out the bowl until she feels confident enough to grab at it, and then I take it, and then I pull it back.
She squints, mutters quite, "Well played," sits back down. Actually, before we get back to talking about lava and gods, Nier turns around and looks to the servant up here who is refilling the incense in this brazier, who he kind of... They exchange a look, and the servant just gives a quick nod and walks out of earshot. So he leans forward on the couch. We're gonna be doing, okay, so we're pretty sure our mother is organizing some kind of something at the estate. There's probably going to be musicians and comedic philosophers. And Far just adds, it's going to suck ass. Yeah, it's not going to be good. And so we're going to have to do that. But we're also... Look, we're going to have like an actual party. And we've got the wine. But we could use some of the usual stuff if you've got some.
Of course. And however, the timing is a bit unfortunate. I could certainly procure it, but I may have to up the rate just slightly.
Yeah, that's fine. We can deal with that. We'll, maybe we can get you a birthday present too. Something a little more interesting. Far just continues examining her nails, but we're gonna need like a lot. We're inviting a lot of people. It's gonna be crazy.
I'll see what I can do.
Nice. Yeah, thank you, Master Arcris. That's gonna be a real...
Whoa. You just shattered your mic.
Yeah.
Discord did not like that.
It's okay. You can imagine the sound that just occurred.
Mm-hmm.
A fucking 50s movie ass fainting woman wave plays from where Kishal Hadis went earlier, and you hear a few quick footfalls of slippers on the marble, and she sticks her head through the curtain, breathing a little heavily, and has an extremely forced smile on her face, and says, "Master Orcris, can I speak to you for a moment?"
At your pleasure.
Thank you. She glares at the servants here, who just like, well, shouldn't just get out of the way before she opens the door and waves you in. Yeah, you can just, I don't have another room map. You're in another room. It doesn't matter.
It's dark in here.
It's dark in here.
It's just a closet.
It's just a closet. This used to be a room and now it's a closet. Let's see. Ah, shit. What's the right mood here?
Tell me you don't have
God,
fainting woman.
you know what?
Lav?
God, you know what? I almost wish I had Trent's theme from Ebon Ward.
Oh, I could get that for you.
I need like let's see. Something that's like
Spooky,
yeah,
but not serious.
But not serious. Yeah. All right. It's let's see. God, yeah, no, I really need like a joke playlist for a future session. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll oversell it and try and get comedy from it that way.
Yeah, yeah. Tell the audience what you're doing first. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. This one, right? Yeah. Master Orcris, it's terrible. She has led you into a small side room where there's a large object underneath a tarp that in fact you had already seen in here earlier. You know it's a statue, but she doesn't know you know, and is so fearfully, slowly, carefully reaching for the cover. I need you to remain calm. I don't want you to raise your voice and give the impression to my children that anything's wrong. Can you do that for me, Master Orcris?
I believe I can.
Okay. Thank you. Sometimes in these moments, you're my pillar of strength. With a groan, she tugs the cloth aside, and it falls away. to reveal an elaborate marble statue of a bemuscled, bare-chested colossus of a man with his lower body concealed by a huge spray of fountain water rising as if soaring on the waves, a majestic and altogether gaudy piece. I had it commissioned, and it was delivered, and everything was fine. And now, she points, and you can see that since the last time you've seen this statue, the marble has cracked. There is a gash, as if a tectonic rupture from beneath, not a blow struck from the outside. And you can see that the statue of this man now has this horrible, unsightly crack directly in the center of its forehead.
Oh dear.
I don't understand what happened. I was told that the artisans of Kiln Street, independent laborers though they may be, were as skilled as any artisan retained by a noble family. And look at what they've given me. They've given me merchandise that has cracked from nothing in less than a week. And my
Indeed.
children's birthday is tomorrow. This was my gift. This was going to be their special day. And
Man, Discord really does not like this voice in particular.
this noise suppression has ruined me.
Well, I am so sorry that this has happened to you. Truly. We live in a heartless and cruel world at times. However,
Don't I know it?
worry not. I think I can have this fixed before tomorrow.
Was just about to ask you. I have people on retainer who I'm sure would be up to the task, but I can't trust a random household servant. They're all terrible gossips. I cannot possibly risk any of them telling either of my children what has become of their gift, or indeed that there even is a gift. It is a secret, it is a surprise, it is a vital part of their perfect day tomorrow. Okay.
I take her hand in mine and I say, worry not. I will do everything in my power to see to it that your special day remains exactly that.
Good. Very good. Then, if you would be so kind, I would like you to cut the lesson short. I know there'll be... It's not my usual policy, but time is very short. Please take a message to the College of Shapers post haste. I need their top men on this, and I need them now. And I will pay whatever sum is necessary to make that happen. Make sure they're aware of that.
I will inform them that money is no issue.
Good, because it's not. Because what is money before a mother's love? Nothing. It's nothing. I spit on it. It's nothing. You understand. Thank you, Master Orcris. You don't know how far I would go to spare my children the suffering of this indignity on their special day.
Of course. For their dignity.
I apologize. I seem to have allowed my composure to slip. It will not happen again.
It is no issue at all.
It will happen again.
Yes.
It has happened before. It will happen again.
It is no issue at all. Consider this unsightly mark cleared away as if it never even happened.
Very good. I leave it in your
But
care.
in the meantime, we should probably cover it up just so that it does not infect your beautiful eyesight.
Oh, naturally. I couldn't bear to look at it for another second longer than it took to show you. She re-drapes the tarp over it. Ugh. I don't want them to remember their late father in such a shambolic, imperfect display. No, not at all. But now it's going to be fine because you, my own top man, are on the case.
You humble me beyond measure.
I'm going to go eat many, many dates. He shall Faris, leave some for me.
You have such a good gig, dude.
Of course I do. Luck is merely the moment where preparation meets opportunity.
Now, a simple task, easily handled in spite of the dramatics surrounding it. And yet there is just the slightest note of intrigue, perhaps a note of the unsettling in the fact that indeed the statue has cracked exactly where your third eye rests on your own forehead. And from your experience, there are rarely true coincidences. Not where you are concerned. You being what this is all about.
I will, I'm gonna go do some drugs.
Rad.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm gonna go do some hallucinogenic drugs and see what this all means, man.
Ooh, baby.
Bro, you lighten up in the room with...
Oh, it's not lighting up. I drink it.
Oh, okay.
Theme of drugs. Okay. Let's see. We've never you don't have a specific mechanic for this, at least not just yet. But I'll tell you what. If you ignite your swing here, with that 10, if you ignite your swing, locking out your yellow until the next time you have to roll to die, then you'll get something out of this.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit that lockout for yellow. You ingest various substances and contemplate the universe and stare at the sheet, and yet, despite it hanging there, you can picture the crack perfectly in your mind's eye. You can picture it on your own forehead. And you very momentarily feel a little jolt of physical pain, as if that crack had been struck into your forehead by a wild blow with a rock, before you open your eyes and feel your skin, and indeed it's unbroken. A threat is coming, and it has you in mind in particular.
Okay. Well, let's repair this as quickly as possible. One, to see to it that any metaphorical threats are dealt with. as well as the actual threat of disappointing my patron.
Indeed.
Supports me on Patreon at the
Ooh.
highest tier level, where I come to their house and I teach their children about how God isn't real.
$20 a month ain't bad.
Yeah,
It's
not
not
bad.
bad.
Not pretty bad gig. All right. So you're heading off to the college?
Yep.
Okay. So you step out of the estate and into the upper city, following a few causeways here and there from away from noble estates and more toward the academic spire of Scon's many-tiered structure. And before too long, you arrive in the heart of that rarefied land, the district known as the Lyceum. Oh, we loadin'.
Oh, we loading.
Well, that last 3%. Oh,
I'm on the last one.
Watch out for that step. It's a doozy.
Ah,
White marble, blues and browns. Not the most visually interesting part of Scon's wealthier areas, but reliably peaceful, calm, a place of contemplation where philosophers and scholars freely treat with one another when they are not engaged in important business. And you know, of course, that all the runic colleges, including the College of Shapers, are to be found in this district just to the north.
I don't know why I just envision as you walk by these people, God isn't real. Just like
God isn't
waving.
real. They're handing out brochures like people at airports. God isn't real. $5 a day, save an African child. As you walk, this place seems just one notch less tranquil than usual. And in the time it takes for you to get near the colleges, you are twice passed by small groups of people rushing down the steps off to some mightily important errand or another. And as you near the plaza where the runic colleges sit,
Ooh.
you happen to pass an acquaintance in a slightly unexpected setting. This is someone you very rarely see unless it's by request of one party or the other. A broad-shouldered man with long hair that rests on one side and is non-existent on the other, as a swath of marble makes up that side of his body, housing a silver eye. And he's striding away from the colleges himself, fist sort of balled at his side, looking in considerable anxiety over something. This man is your erstwhile confidant, your man at the College of Innocence, Kiln. And as he himself also appears to be in a bit of a hurry, and he kind of double takes as he starts to walk past you and stops and backs up a step. Oh, it's you, Orcris.
my friend Kiln, how goes? You look to be a bit bothered.
I am.
Anything I can help with?
Well, were you coming to see me at the college?
I was not today.
I see.
And while I must admit my time is rather short, I can always make a few minutes for a friend.
If you have your own business at the colleges, I wouldn't presume to delay you right now. I have some affairs to sort out for myself. Which college, perchance, were you calling on?
Shaping.
Ah. Well, if you need their help, I wouldn't set your expectations too high at this exact moment. But he waves a hand and sighs. You can hear whatever you hear from them, I suppose. I appreciate the offer. I'll think on it, but you needn't delay yourself on my account right now.
Very well. Stay in touch.
He gives a vague nod and continues on his way, but much more slowly now, lost in thought. You head up the steps to the plaza and into one of the grandest buildings in the whole district. All of the runic colleges are impressive, but naturally, the College of Shapers, home to those who wield the rune of alteration and can shape stone and mineral with but a thought and a gesture, we're not going to allow themselves to be outdone by any of the other five, and so their edifice is the grandest of them all in this area. And you head inside. And as you pass through the metal doors, it is immediately... Bedlam is a strong word, because there's not shouting exactly, but you've had occasion to call upon each of the runic colleges at least once in your career. And they are generally, just like the Lyceum outside, they are places of quiet and repose and study and collegiate exchange of information, akin to a library in tenor. And it does not sound nor feel like a library in here when you step in. There are many conversations going on below a yell, but the effect in this big echoey room nevertheless makes it sound like a bit of a din. There's a lot of gesturing going on, a lot of wait and hurry up. People are talking to one another and then splitting off and going into the building or out of the building. You see almost no one sitting idle, whereas your impression of these colleges has been that there are usually many people sitting idle, in discussion perhaps, talking about enlightened things, but at the end of the day, taking their sweet time doing it. Not so right now.
How noisome. Let's see. There's a person with eyes.
Yes. Out of the crowd, you can pick out the person who is the most order giving and the least order taking of all the people in this free-for-all melee discussion that's occurring. It's a sort of middle-aged woman with tan skin and an elaborate metal pattern that runs from her neck up to the side of her forehead. She's got a small headpiece and a very nice robe bearing the college's rune. And, oh man, she looks so fucking tired. She looks just about at her wit's end. And she's conferring with two men here as you approach, and points a finger. One of them quickly hurries off. God save me, Mikrios. How many more can we spare? I don't know. We're very thin here now. We're starting to lose our ability to respond if there are any other crises. She sees you kind of walk up and stand somewhat expectantly at a distance from her. She opens her mouth and she's about a split second away from just saying what, and then catches herself. Welcome to the College of Shapers. How can I help you?
Perhaps it is a bad time.
She smiles faintly. It's a simply dreadful time. Continues smiling.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there any way in which someone who is not a shaper might be able to lend their assistance?
I'm afraid Shapers are the only people I have any authority to order around, and their assistance is very much spoken for at the moment. I suppose you've likely heard about the enormous gaping hole that opened up in a random street a few days ago?
I'm sure I would have heard about a giant gaping hole.
Yeah, that would not have escaped you.
Ah, yes. I figured that the College of Shaping might found themselves a bit overtaxed on such an issue.
Indeed. I I would love to be of service if you have a request, but I think I have almost literally no one that I could refer to you to at the moment. But what is it you can what is it you need?
Unfortunately, the issue that calls me here this day is but a trivial one in comparison to the issue which you find yourself currently affixing.
I see. Well then, with all respect to you, sir, that may indeed be the end of this conversation.
And yet, it is one that I would find very. And yet, it is one that I would much sooner see fixed, for I have a little something on the line were it to go unfixed. In fact, this may not even require a shaper at all, if perhaps you know of a good stone artisan who does not shape.
That, sir, is really a field of my expertise and personal involvement. I'm terribly sorry that the matter is of such grave concern to you, but I'm afraid I must put the needs of the college and, of course, the needs of Scon first, as I'm
Of
sure you
course.
can understand.
Of course.
Ah, well, tell a lie. There's exactly one shaper I can offer you who is not in any way engaged right now. I'm afraid she's not here at present, however.
Where is she? I will go fetch her myself, if need be.
If you wish, you can call upon her at the house of the Bateless family. But I would not expect to have much luck. Indeed, you might say that she is, intimately connected to many of the problems we are experiencing at present. And so, if she can be of help to you, then by all means, because she can be of no help here at this exact moment.
Perhaps I will find myself fortunate, and she will find herself in need of a distraction.
Her face, which has been like a bit of a sarcastic smile for a moment, kind of darkens to something a bit more serious at the moment. I'm not sure that's what she'll need, if what I've heard is true, but It's not for me to speak on the behalf of my esteemed colleague nor her family. You notice the man next to you, his body marble, his hair all cobalt, has been looking upset for the past stretch of this conversation, and at that moment kind of lets out a little huff. If you don't need anything else from me, Ninarel, I'm going to get back to work too. By all means, Mikrios, be on your way.
And before I depart, allow me to thank you for your tireless efforts on behalf of all Ska. I know it may not mean much at this moment, but we truly could not proceed as a society without you.
Your thanks is noted and ever so appreciated. Good sir.
Good day.
She's already back talking to someone else within a second of you stepping away.
Pain in my ass. Come on.
Why are you fucking me on this?
Hey man, you didn't get fired, maybe.
Step out of the college. No one else in the room. Least of all, the head of the college paying you a second glance as you slightly icily depart. And as you return through the Lyceum, you see that Kiln has in fact not left. He is standing, tapping his foot, and now does in fact appear to be waiting for you. Did you perhaps have better luck than me?
No, unfortunately, it seems that luck is a resource which the city has little to offer us on this day. Though I may have found an alternative route to getting what I need.
Well, I'm sure you know that I only call upon you for important matters, and I also try to avoid doing so when you're embroiled in your own issues.
When are we not? When are we not embroiled in our own issues?
Tell me about it. If you can spare a few minutes, though, I would appreciate if you'd hear me out on something. To be honest, I was really just going to be on my way, but... Well, you're an unconventional and effective problem solver. And I've got an unconventional and rather grave problem.
Well, please, go on.
I'm sure I'd be happy to help with whatever it is that's troubling you in exchange. Maybe we can swap problems.
I unfortunately doubt it, but I do appreciate the effort nonetheless.
He leads the way and moves into this narrow alley between the buildings.
This is where I stab people.
What? Looks around.
Die.
This is also where I stab people.
Everywhere is where I stab people. Maybe the real stabbing people is the friends we made along the way.
Only
The
one
friends
way
we
to find
stabbed
out.
along the way. Right. I should preface this by saying my own information is incomplete and also not to be shared.
Of course.
This isn't a matter that I would normally bring to you, but one of my colleagues' lives could be in danger. Have you ever heard of a place called the Stonehold?
Have I?
That's a fair question. Why don't you roll to do? Not this time.
Where are my dice
Wow.
pink? That's weird.
I'd be surprised if you had, though, considering it's you, not the most surprised I've ever been. It's a little-known prison, little known by design, with a very particular purpose. Imprisonment, as you know, is a rare punishment to begin with. Usually, some fool blasphemes or cuts someone's purse. Corporal punishment or restitution. For a more serious crime, perhaps forced labor, or for a truly unforgivable one, execution. Not much reason to hold someone in bondage and simply allow them to stew. But some people are too valuable to execute and also too dangerous to serve as laborers, even in chains. Many rune-touched, for instance. I learned this only recently, when this situation was brought to my attention, but Stonehold, apparently, is a special prison built many years ago, deliberately designed to be able to contain Shapers, in spite of their abilities. It seems the recent bout of quakes struck the prison, among other parts of the underground, and its main entrance collapsed. Of course, main entrance cannot be opened with shaping, and so laborers were brought in to clear the debris, at which point they arrived to find the entrance no longer sealed by rubble, but by a solid wall, shaped without a doubt, even though the construction of the prison should make that utterly impossible.
Oh dear. Any idea who it is?
I haven't been given access to the information of precisely what prisoners are housed there at the moment, but we have something to go off of, something that could suggest a motive or an objective. On the wall that was created to block the entrance, they found an inscription. "Bring me a purifier. Set the truth free." To summarize, it's believed that a Shaper somehow found a way to cheat Stonehold's resistance to the Rune of Alteration, broke free during the chaos of the quakes, and has now, we believe, taken everyone else in the prison hostage, if only by implication. Some up to 8 other prisoners, 6 guards, as many as still live, and a colleague of mine, a purifier named Enna. She was visiting Stonehold at the time to take testimony from a prisoner when the quakes hit. And if the presumed escaped Shaper is demanding a purifier, we can only assume they don't know Enna's identity, or else she's already... I don't want to give up hope yet. No one wants to authorize an assault on the place. Of course, the main entrance could be cleared with brute force or siege weaponry, but breaking in the front while there's a Shaper inside who's capable of affecting the prison's construction is a likely suicide mission. At minimum, anyone sent in would need a Shaper of their own, and the college is refusing entirely to risk one of their own.
I see. Well, I may be able to do something, but I would have to consult with a Shaper to get certain details on their senses, how
Indeed.
they see the world. And luckily, I happen to be on my way to just such a person. Now, whether or not they'd be willing to help, I don't know yet. This was kind of the last Hail Mary, as it were.
Indeed. He folds his arms over his chest. Interesting. When I spoke to the head of the college, well, she made it very clear that not only were their hands full, but that naturally the situation there is in no way their fault. Stonehold was designed by one singular shaper, she was quick to remind me, and not the college. And they don't know how it was intended to resist the rune's power or why that resistance has failed. And so they don't want to give the appearance that they are in any way to be held responsible for this catastrophe.
Well, my issue is much more trivial than yours, and so they have, I suspect they feel they have less risk involved in helping me with my problem. However, they don't know that I will also help you with yours.
Well, if you're able to find him, apparently the architect of the prison was a Medrasis Batalis.
Batalis.
You know have some connection, perhaps?
Just a name I keep hearing today.
I tried to inquire at their estate already after the college sent me that way, but I couldn't even get in the doors. It seems they're in the middle of some crisis of their own. Whole damn
dear.
city seems to be taken with it right now.
Yes, very important crises going on where I'm coming from.
Kid's birthday party soon to be ruined.
Nothing short of apocalyptic.
I still gotta get their drugs.
And it's school picture day. Well,
Oh, that's nonsense. I already have the drugs.
Oh, thank God.
that's just what I say in case I want to charge them more money.
I'm just upcharging them, yes.
Good man.
Well, if you find anything that could help, He clenches a fist. I've already made it clear that if they feel they have no other recourse but to simply collapse the prison, to eliminate the threat along with all the other prisoners, the guards, and my colleague, that before it comes to that, I would sooner surrender myself to this prisoner.
Well, there's no need to do all of that. You could simply
Oh, I
surrender.
don't want to do it. Trust me. I'm not looking to go on a suicide mission, which is why it would be wonderful if you could provide me with an alternative. But it's a grave matter for me. And so you can imagine why.
I do love to provide alternatives. I'll see what I can do.
One of your unique skills. Just... I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but be very cautious, especially if you choose to involve yourself any deeper in this affair. I place some value on my hunches, and while it's entirely speculative, I do have a hunch. I do have a hunch who might be waiting for me inside there, and I don't like it.
Well, don't let me run in half equipped. I need to know everything I can if I'm to adequately help you here.
I don't even know the man's name, but there was a shaper who, in an incident that was suspiciously unpublicized, is said to have committed several murders just shy of a year ago. And supposedly he was made to pay for that crime. No one's seen hide nor hair of him since. And only now learning about the existence of this place. I think you share my appreciation for curious ironies.
Seems somebody got to him.
Perhaps so.
Very well. Well, I unfortunately do not have a ton of time, and so I will think deeply on all we have discussed here, and I shall speak none of it to anyone else while I formulate how I'm going to solve all of this.
Your discretion is one of your many valuable qualities, Orcris.
One that I am paid well for.
Indeed.
All right, let's do.
Do 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 do.
Gotta find murder.
Oh, this is where I stab people too.
And this one isn't
Oh
me.
wow! Look at
Stab.
that.
Oh!
All right. Where to?
I'm going to the Betalus house.
All right. The Betalus Estatelus.
I've got one quick little job for you. Yes, I just need you to fix this statue. Also, we're going to break into jail.
You make your way out of the Lyceum and up to the outskirts of Scon's Pinnacle, known as the Crown. The area most closely clustered around Archon's Ascent, where the ruler of the city dwells. These are old buildings. And astonishingly, they're older than the tier itself. Indeed, many of these estates were raised stone by stone up to each new tier as it was built, away from the foundation, higher and higher into the clouds, their occupants unwilling to give up the loftiest perch in the city, unwilling to simply allow newcomers to take the newest and most desirable spots. And so
I want beachfront property. I want beachfront property.
beachfront property, but they keep building new beaches
Out,
slightly further out.
into the water.
Yeah.
I want beachfront property.
The Betalus estate is a rather severe and austere construction, even by these standards. Black and dark green and silver, with, in places, you note the motif of a spider. And yet something seems slightly jarring, considering that, as you enter the courtyard and then approach the gate leading to the main estate. Namely, for all of its opulence, you hear and see relatively few servants around. It's certainly a far cry from the din at the College of Shapers. As you approach,
At least it's quiet.
yeah, you can see a singular guard outfitted in green snakeskin armor atop this wooden balcony. And you note a relatively uncommon, distinctive aesthetic feature, the lovely sand garden surrounding the estate. But you do note also that a lot of it seems to be a bit washed out, which is unusual. Families that bother with this sort of construction generally put painstaking effort into maintaining the patterns in the face of wind and rain. And this one seems to have been allowed to slip for at least a couple days.
I fight the desire to step in it.
We'll get along great.
State your business, please.
Yes, I have been instructed by the College of Shapers to attend to the manor. I was told that perhaps more would be explained to me here. I lie.
Okay, go ahead and roll to lie.
Mhm.
Easy. Roll to do a lie.
Ooh.
Oh, that's not who's rolling, but
There
that's
we go.
fine.
That's fine.
Ooh.
The guard kind of peers at you. I wasn't told to expect any missives from the college today. College business seems to be directed elsewhere, but I'll check.
I believe
Can I give them a
this was-
name?
I sort of measure in my head for a minute whether it might be prudent to give them a false name, but then I just go with it. Crease.
Is that how it's pronounced and I've been saying it wrong, or are you changing it up?
I change it up.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I haven't been dead naming you this whole time.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine. Enemies for life.
It's fine. Soon all names will be dead names.
My God.
I'm not quite sure what that means, but doesn't it sound
I'm
awful?
killing everyone.
I'm killing everyone. There's one sure way to make sure no one ever
dead
knows.
names anyone again.
Yeah. All right. After a few moments, the doors swing open again, and the guard returns. You have business, I take it, then, with Master Thessia.
Yes, I believe that is the name. They never gave me a name.
Guard kind of fidgets slightly. That's... yeah. You may need to bring this matter back to the college or take it up another day. The situation... The door kind of, he like, kind of hems and haws a little, and the door opens again, and someone else is standing there. An almost ashy charcoal gray, bordering on black, skinned from head to toe person with an almost carapace or exoskeletal looking build and 4
Neat.
ears. They look at you with these faintly glowing eyes and a completely neutral expression for a few seconds. You're not the one I was expecting.
No, I expect not. Though, I realize that this may be a bit of a bad time. I take a step up the stairs. However,
The guard moves to body block you for
Oh,
a
no,
second,
it's-
but this
I'm-
person holds up a hand and they step aside.
But unfortunately, time is of the essence. I was hoping to speak to Master Thessia.
This person cycles through a couple expressions, none of them happy, and then puts a hand to their chin. I see. Master Thessia, come in.
Oh, she's not dead, is she?
They turn around sharply. No, she is not.
No, that's me in my
Oh,
brain
okay.
thinking that.
Okay.
Sorry, I can read minds.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Sorry, you don't read mine.
Yeah. You don't want that.
You don't want that.
I don't want that for either of us.
I don't want that for either
Look,
of us.
I don't.
And in fact,
I don't like what's going on either. Like I don't know what this is.
I don't know what this is, and I might have to kill you for it.
This is where I stab people.
Yeah. This person walks you a short way into the house, and
Beautiful. I like the green.
Yeah. No, Aram did a lovely job. It's a beautiful little house.
walks over here and gestures to one of these little recliners.
Of course.
It may be possible for you to speak to my sister, but
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Xenion of Betalis, and I'm sorry, I would introduce you to the lady of the house, but she's preoccupied at the moment.
Of course.
They
I would be sure to speak to them on what a gracious host that you have been in their absence.
Xenion almost crouches down on this. They set their elbows down on the head of it and rest their hand on it and look at you appraisingly. As I said, you're not the one I was expecting. We had intended to receive a call from what must be the 16th, 17th renowned physiker this afternoon, and it seems they are otherwise occupied.
A physiker? Well, I'd hardly call myself one, but I have small amounts of experience.
And they stare at you for a bit. My sister is... I can show you to her. They seem uncomfortable, but for how sort of like tight-lipped and slightly cagey they're being about it, they seem perhaps surprisingly trusting.
Everyone's being tight-lipped and cagey. I want to stab them.
They seem it seems to you that they're letting you in a little easy if they're going to take you straight there. That being said,
I do not bite the hand that feeds.
Yeah. They lead you up the stairs and down a short hallway
to do so.
through a curtain of shimmering green fabric and into a small bedroom.
Oh.
The shutters are closed over the windows. It's quite dark in here. In fact, the main source of light is the faintly glowing patterns on the body of the woman lying in the bed in the corner.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit, it's a setup.
Xenion sits on this little sofa here and almost balls up a little. They wrap their arms around their chest and stare at the person in the bed, presumably their sister. Thessia was in an accident the other day.
Oh dear.
It seems she was exposed to the breath significantly.
Ah.
She's alive. She's alive.
Damn it.
But the stories were... I always thought they were fanciful. They say you can survive the breath somehow. But that if you do, all that waits for you is a fate worse than death. And I always thought it was just a dramatization, as if children needed more reasons to be told not to go into the thing that will disintegrate them, and yet... What? Wait, no, she's talking in her sleep. What did she... Never mind, she's fine.
Well, there are some places far outside of Scone where you are expected at the turn of adulthood to take in one full breath.
They look at you, seemingly trying to comprehend what this is a joke.
No?
You've seen these places.
I have. I have seen this ritual done. You hope a man will. They have some manner of machine that allows some of the breath to enter into a small chamber, and they have an adjutant there who will raise the chamber, and you are expected to rest your head within, take in a full breath, and close behind, and it is quickly closed behind. People survive it all the time. I'm told they also sometimes they die.
Fascinating. These survivors, do they live? Do they think? Do they walk? Do they speak?
They do. They are sometimes completely unchanged by the experience, and other times they are changed deeply.
Then please make my sister think and walk and speak again, if you can.
I will do everything I can. I can't do anything, but... Oh boy. So you gonna be up for shaping a statue later, or?
So I'm thinking canes for dinner.
You want Arby's? Let's see here.
You approach the woman on the bed, and
Oh no, this one's fucked.
she's lying on her back, and you can see a thin sheen of sweat on most of her body, and she looks a little bit akin to someone having a nightmare. There's occasional twitches or slight roll to one side or the other. The mouth moves sometimes, kind of muttering strange nothings. And kinky.
Yes, I'll help you.
Help you die. It looks not entirely unlike, not entirely dissimilar to people that you've seen have not the best reaction to certain illicit substances you may or may not have provided.
Indeed.
But usually you're not called upon to save their lives in those circumstances. Usually that's just a hazard of the job.
No, but I did bring my medicine bag with me. And there are certain insights that those on the cusp of sleep can offer. Even greater the insights if they are on the cusp of death. And greater still if they are on the cusp of death. And under a certain influence.
So just for me, the GM, sake of clarity, are you whispering this ominous shit out loud? Or
God,
is this
no!
recorded?
Holy
Okay,
shit!
I
Oh my
assumed
God!
not. I was like, that'd be a bold choice, but I just wanted to
Nope.
make sure.
Now I can dispose of this useless pawn.
Useless
Xenion,
pawn.
huh?
Not. Yeah, no, not while you're here. That is a monologue for myself.
Yeah.
Um,
You look at this this woman in her rather wretched way she currently finds herself in, and Xenion speaks up from behind. It's been almost 3 days. She's up sometimes, but never in her right mind. Mostly she lies there, and sometimes she laughs or cries or screams.
I just physically examine, like, her arm.
Looking for anything in particular?
Just signs of, like, worm bone or like, sweet rot or anything that you might associate with like, an infectious disease.
Well, you don't really need to make a roll. You can tell at a glance, with your own knowledge, that she looks like she got a little banged up recently. She's got some bruises and scratches. Her hands, in particular, are not in a great state. They look like they bled considerably recently and have scarred over a bit. But you don't see any signs of disease. And for that matter, you don't see any signs of drug use or anything else in the way of physical ailments. The injuries aside, she appears to be in perfect physical working order.
Well, that's probably a good sign. She's sweating. That's also good. Let's see. No sign of infectious diseases. How long are you changing? How often are you changing the bandages?
Every 6 hours or so.
Good. And her hands look marred. Did something happen to her?
I don't know. It all happened at the same time.
How did she get here?
They pause for a bit before responding to that question. She was underground during the recent tremors. Near as we can put together, she was caught up in the breath when it welled up underground, and she managed to get back to the surface.
I have a small tincture that I think may provide wakefulness in time. But much will depend on her and her will.
Her will won't break.
Good.
They turn momentarily and kind of look as if doing a privacy check. If you can do something for her, then do it. If it depends on her, I guarantee she'll be fine.
Good. I'm going to drug her. Sorry, Will.
Hey man, it's all good.
Okay, well, if we're moving on to we're actively gonna try and fix the situation, then
No, I don't know if this will fix it, but
Well, yeah,
I'm
but
gonna sit
we're
here. I'm gonna sit here for an hour and listen to her mumbles and take notes.
You have ghost in your blood. You should do cocaine about it.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So are you explicitly not trying to help her right now? You just
mean,
want to farm her
If
for
it helps, good. If it doesn't, eh. She just
Okay.
didn't have the will.
Okay.
But I'm right
But-
here.
But it's like you're giving her something that plausibly could help.
So it could help in the sense that maybe she'll realize she's dreaming. But she's probably
Okay.
not going to have a good time.
Oh, sure. The good time is optional. I'm just trying to clarify your intention to confirm that you're not just like, I'll slip her my ass
Here's some
blaster poison.
hemlock.
Yeah. Yeah. What a power move. Start the new campaign.
Start the new campaign.
Kill someone
the other
else's
player
PC
while they are unconscious and cannot do anything to stop me.
So I'll start noodling on a new one.
Yeah. It's okay. Burns my computer. Okay, then here's what we're gonna do. This is going to turn into a challenge to see how this resolves. So,
It's not me being challenged, so you know.
well, you're less at risk, certainly,
Yeah.
but your contribution does matter. So, given the circumstances, I'm going to say, guaranteed you are the one initiating this, so you'll make the first move here. Thessia, you are also in this challenge.
Sure.
And you are competing against the condition that has overtaken her. So the two of you and the condition, which is serving as your opponent here, all get a turn.
Cool.
So start us off, Orcris. Actually,
It's,
rather, start us off by everyone's going to roll to die.
Is my other one still locked?
Yeah, it's locked for this, and then
Okay.
you'll have it back now that you've rolled to die
Oh
once.
god, do I still only have blue?
At the moment, yeah, you're rocking 2 wounds, baby.
Oh boy. All right. Well.
You are fucked right up.
Well, I'll lock in that blue. Well, you know what? This works well because that's like my brain.
Mm-hmm. And are you picking one of those dice there, Orcris?
Oh, I'll take the green, or the 4.
That's not yours.
Oh, never mind.
Your orange is a 5.
I'll take the 5.
Yeah.
On the orange.
Are you okay? Yeah, there you go.
To-da.
It'll be helpful for me if you can just pick those after you roll to die, so that I can see the results, because the result doesn't exist until you've picked one.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So you are indeed up first. You rolled the highest. So go ahead and hit me with the drugs. Hit me with the drugs. Hit me with the drugs.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. So describe this this thing you're administering to her.
It is it's a small tincture made out of a special made from a special hallucinogenic silk that is processed and mixed in with water and sort of distilled a little bit so that it doesn't kill you. It is not a common scani drug, as it is not very pleasant. But I have taken to calling it dream cotton.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. So This locked green, which is yellow-blue. You've got orange, which is yellow-red. So this will be a clash. I'll roll to do... Okay. You are going to win that clash. And actually, while we're at it, let me go ahead and... let's see. What can we do here? How about... no. Sure. No, it's not really the right vibe because you're not fighting someone. All right, we'll just go with
So we're searching for answers. That's always my go-to.
This is a good one.
Ooh, yeah, this worked.
All right. So you won that clash. You may, if you want, ignite to try and get extra damage. That will require you to lock out your orange.
No, I'm fine. I'll take
okay.
what I got.
Okay. This isn't gonna lock out either, so yeah, you'll deal the 5. Okay. Mark that down. So you administer the tincture. And so Thessia's reflexes manage to swallow it on her behalf. And she lies still for a few minutes.
Force it down either way.
Yeah. She lies still for a few minutes. And then begins... The sweat starts to pour in rivulets. Not just a sheen, but full-on airplane. I just wanted to let you know, good luck, we're all counting on you. And Thessia...
You may want to get a bucket.
Yeah, they don't say anything, but Xenion gets up and immediately hurries out. Thessia.
Yeah. Need that roll to do?
Let me set the stage for you first.
Oh, good.
You're dead.
Oh.
So, no need to roll to do now.
So I did roll to die.
Yeah. Thessia, you're walking confused, lost, among white walls that race so far, so high into the sky that you can scarcely see the tops of the buildings they form. You are small, so very, very small, amidst these towering, glorious edifices that you built. You raised up the center of knowledge to be the grandest and tallest and most vibrant InScan in the whole world. And the only problem now is there's no way out. You've been wandering these streets for what feels like longer than you've been alive. And every corner just leads to another. Every fork looks different. By now, surely at least some of it should be familiar, and yet it's not. You're trapped in a gleaming labyrinth of your own design. What do you do?
If it is of my design, then that would mean there are some rules or expectations that would go with it. There should be some amount of order. Like, anytime you do anything regarding the Shaper rune, you can't just go willy-nilly. There needs to be a plan, there needs to be the consideration of structural integrity, and it needs to make any amount of sense. So, despite these setbacks, I think what she will do is she will maintain the roots as best as possible, and if like a wall gets in her way, she will try her rune to just like part it, because in her mind it's like, that shouldn't be here, that's slowing down the progress and way forward.
Okay, well, you did a good job certainly of justifying why you get to roll blue for this, so yeah, go ahead and roll to do.
Come on, Tessia.
And this is,
Shit.
well, I've got great news for you. It's also a clash because this is blue against green. Yeah, that's not a 1. Okay. So,
I lied. These aren't your walls.
yeah, I lied. They fall on you, die. You set out and you try to impose order on this place anew and make it conform to the design you had in mind, because surely if you can accomplish that, then ipso facto you will know how to exit. And you find that you can't even keep the design clear in your own mind within your mind. That when you go to think about the order, the lattice, the intersections, how everything links together, it's as if someone has their fingers in the soup of your brain and is just swishing it around. You can't visualize. It just flees as soon as you try to close your eyes and picture it. And you find yourself feeling more lost than ever. So you are going to take a, let's see. I think here, your condition is going to go ahead and ignite to try and double damage. You can ignite in turn to keep it to 1x damage if you want to. But then you won't have your swing for your next roll to die.
Yeah, which means would I even have a d6 on the roll? Because I only have the
no.
one.
At that point, your roll to die would just be 0.
Hmm.
And you would have no swing.
I mean, unless it rolled critically bad, I think I have to lock it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you will just take 5 damage here.
All right, I will lock out blue.
And this needs to lock out as well. Lock out green. Okay, that's all 3. And so we're gonna roll to die again. It's a new round.
I still roll this though. I presume.
Oh, you can still actually don't do that yet because I just realized that was your action. You clashed and lost, so it still has its turn for this round.
Oh, fantastic!
Great.
It did lock out its swing, however. Yeah, as you continue to wander lost, the alleys actually start narrowing a bit, like they're actually physically closing in on you, threatening you more and more intensely as they do so. This will be wild. So now you can roll to die against this, which will be a guaranteed 0, but that will free your die. So you'll take 2 damage.
The back of my head just erupts.
Oh.
Oh, she scanners. Haven't seen that in a while.
Heavens.
Ooh.
Heavens. Now it's a new round, so now everyone can roll to die.
Now I will read her brains like entrails.
Ooh.
Oof.
Oof. So I kind of have to lock this in if I want to have any chance of possibly clashing, because I feel like it's really the only
If
chance
you
I'm gonna
want to
have.
clash, you will need to lock it in, because otherwise you can only roll wild. It is numerically disadvantageous since you'll be locking in a 2 instead of a d6, which averages higher.
Yeah,
That's the choice you're faced with.
but then I won't be able to clash and I'll be rolling a 6 against whatever, like, d20 plus whatever they're doing.
Well, if you're rolling to do, you'll have a d20 as well.
Yeah, I just mean if once the condition's attacking me. Like,
Oh, sure, yes, that's true.
So. You know what? Considering what's happening, my brain is exploding. I probably don't have sense at the moment, so.
Okay.
That's how that's supposed to work.
Yeah.
And I think in this case, just gonna pass it to Orcris to start the round again. So, Orcris, you
Alright.
see Thessia begin to thrash a bit, and a hand kind of vaguely reaches up to clutch at her head, though it doesn't close with much force.
Ooh. All right, let me grab this bowl. Just gonna set it right here on the side of the bed. Just gonna tilt her head so that when she gets up and starts vomiting, she's gonna be okay.
Thank you.
And I'm going to make sure that she stays on her side as well, so that she doesn't choke.
Xenion returns and sets a bucket on the bottommost step at the foot of the bed.
Good, good, good. She is reacting. And so I'm going to roll to do. Cool.
Okay.
Done.
Is this for your vomit setup, or are you trying to accomplish something else? And that was just.
I didn't think I was trying to accomplish anything. I was pretty sure I did what I can do in this situation. But you did tell me to roll.
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can do
whatever. I'm here to help. I don't want Thessia to die because she is the only person who could feasibly help me with my situation in the timetable that I need it done. And so, just making sure she's okay. I've seen people on the ship die of terrible diseases and other things. And so, yeah, well, I'm just doing what little I know of first aid to make sure that she is in as good a shape as she can be when the vomit starts coming.
Okay. Let's see. Orange against purple. Those both have red, so that will be a clash.
Fantastic. No.
Oh my god.
All right, you win that clash somehow. Would you do you want to ignite and try and force it to ignite, or keep your orange?
I keep my orange.
Okay, it's going to keep its purple and take 5 damage. Yeah, there's a bit of a retch, and there's not much left to come up, but Thessia kind of dry heaves over what you've set up a few times, continuing to sweat profusely.
Once you vomit, that's when the hallucinations start.
Oh, good.
Let's see, and who's acting next, Thessia or the condition?
We'll give the condition its go.
Okay. Let's see. Thessia, as the walls seem to close on you, it seems like there is only one way out. You feel so foolish for not having thought of it before. You plunge your claws into this towering white edifice and just start climbing and climbing and climbing. And the buildings start to spread out beneath you. You feel like you could go forever. And you climb and you climb until you've reached the uppermost pinnacle of the uppermost building. And for a bright second, all of that anxiety melts away. Here you are on top of the world again. Just like you were in that transcendent moment that you've been chasing now for an eternity.
You can fly.
And Thessia, unbeknownst to you, your body starts rather violently thrashing around, and you start laughing like a fucking maniac. Here's a roll. Let's see if you can stabilize this one. Okay.
Ooh, you know, let me give it a whirl. Let me roll
yeah,
the die.
that's,
I will
yeah.
lock in that.
Yeah, yeah, hey,
That's probably
yeah.
not
You
a
got a
bad
blue 5
idea.
on it. All right. We're out here. We're thriving in our lane, pissing and shitting and vomiting and thriving.
Mhm.
A hero.
A hero. Yeah, you almost fall out of the bed as in your own head you feel as though you can fly. You let go of the side of the building and don't fall, and instead begin to just ascend even higher without climbing until once again the city is far, far beneath you. And it's like you're swimming through the air, your body. You whack your limbs against the hardwood a few times, and let the laughing gets cut off as it turns into coughing.
Should hold those.
I assume I take 6 damage.
You will, yes.
All right, I'm down to 7. It was in this moment I realized how thankful I was to pick more health.
And Thessia, you are the remaining one to act this round.
Yeah. I think it's again of like, oh man, going up was the right thing to do, but then like flying, she's trying to, like for a better term, ground herself again. I'm like, no, we can't do that. If we get too lost in the sauce, we're not coming back down. So,
No, don't ground yourself. Fly higher. Tell me what you see.
yeah, very different opinions on this situation. Here I go. Okay, that's a
Ooh,
real number.
That's pretty good.
Wowie zowie. Okay, that will be a clash. So here's the roll to do. Ooh, okay, all right, you win the clash. Do you want to ignite to try and force extra damage, or keep your blue 5?
I need to keep that blue 5. Everything I can get.
Okay. Then yeah, it's just gonna take the 5. All right, that is a wound on the condition.
Oh, thank God.
And based on what you just did, yeah, I guess it'll lock, or rather, it will wound purple. And let me go ahead and do a little recovery roll real quick. Okay, and then wound purple. All right, and that's the end of the round. So everyone can roll to die again.
Here I go. Keep it at the blue.
And Thessia, since you were last to act that round, you get to decide who acts first this round.
Let's see. I'll let the condition go first. That way we can see how bad of a spot I'm in.
Okay. Yeah, you ground yourself, and you touch down back amidst all the gleaming white buildings, and breathe a sigh of relief, and then suddenly, oh God, it's just like that time before. You feel yourself pulled under, but this time not into sand, into solid stone, and you're whisked away down instantly, leaving all the white behind and replacing it with pure darkness. It's those caves. It's those caves again, and the cracking and the constant shaking, and knowing that death is closing in on you from every direction. And not just you, but your mother as well. She's here now. She's in your arms. She's dying in your arms, and there is nothing you can do. So it's gonna roll to do.
Hooray!
Told you to fly.
Dumb bitch.
Oh God.
Oof.
Not great. Or I'm amazing.
Holy fuckaroony. Okay. So, Yeah. So first of all, since it's a crit, you're gonna deal double damage. Do you want to deal another 5 by igniting your swing, or keep the blue 5?
I will keep my blue 5 because it's serving me well.
So it's gonna take 10 damage off of that. Yeah, you reject this feeling that's crowding in around you. And you try and remember how it felt to fly, which already feels like an entirely alien existence, another lifetime that you were up amidst the light and the white. But you manage to compel yourself to ascend, and you press against the ceiling of the cave, and it melts around you, and you start just passing through utterly sightless, utterly black, but you know you are moving up and away, and you're going to get your mother to safety if it kills you. All right, that was the conditions turn. It's gonna pass it to... Thessia.
Yeah, I think Thessia is now feeling far more confident of like, I got out of that situation once before. I'm doing it again. And I think if she does hit that surface again, she will once again lean into like, I am in charge of this domain. I have been knocked down multiple times. I have failed multiple times, but I always get back up. That is how Baetalists do. So I think once she gets back to the surface, she is going to, as she walks with her mother in her hands, the other two hands reach over to the nearby white walls and keep etching into the stone the rune, and just keep shutting out steps so that she can like gradually ascend, more controlled once again.
Okay.
So here I go. Oh, I hope you roll bad. Oh, you didn't roll bad.
Didn't roll bad. So that's a loss in this clash. I think. Let's see. Yeah, you make your way back up, and you're able to take it at a controlled pace. Everything seems to be going according to plan. But all the thought that you put into controlling the white space around you, forming steps and ascending gradually, and the momentary distraction, and you look down and your mother is gone. And you know, somehow, with no rhyme or reason, you just know that it was that moment of distraction, that focus on accomplishing the objective, that caused you to lose that out from under you. This place has taken her from you. Let's see. It's gonna ignite the green to try and force double damage. Do you want to take double damage or ignite your blue to take just 5?
I have to ignite, otherwise I will drop to 0.
Okay.
So I will lock out blue, and I will drop down to 2 hit points.
Yay! And then last act this round is Orcriss.
Okay. Rapturous Tinctures.
Oh yeah, this thing.
If I'm... Am I crazy, or maybe I'm not understanding it properly, but if I were to, like, give them Hidden Eye at this point, that's like... maybe not Hidden Eye.
So normally, this is something...
shield equal to your swing, and gain an additional effect depending on my swing attribute. So,
yes.
If I were to give up my Smiling Eye, which is sitting at 5 right now, I think. They would gain
Yeah.
shield. I don't know what shield is.
It's like 10 hit points.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was. And so they would gain shield, and anytime they roll to do with an intent other than dealing damage, they gain a bonus to hit equal to half your swing rounded up. So, what, 3?
Yes. I should note this is when you roll to die and lock in a swing. You can choose to do this. So normally you would do this at the beginning of the round when you lock in your orange 5. You'd be like, and I'm gonna Rapturous Tinctures and put Smiling Eye on Thessia for this round.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to do the same thing.
Sorry, why are you rolling to die right now?
It, for some reason, I'm dumb. That's probably it. So it showed my roll to die options right there, and I thought I did it already on the 5 as my existing swing, 5-1-1.
Yeah, I don't see another roll to die since you got to that roll to die
Weird.
result. That's funky. Maybe you rolled to die twice and didn't lock something in before.
Could be
Mysterious,
I guess.
but
Mysterious.
Yeah,
either way,
you can just go ahead and set yourself back to that orange 5.
Yeah. Orange 5. How do I set myself to it?
At the
Just pick it from the drop down. You can pick the color and then enter the value.
Behold.
I'm still red.
I don't know what notices.
I hope no one noticed my. Okay, hang on. Let me, there.
There we go. Okay.
Reality has been overwritten.
You're a cute little dot.
Oh yeah, what's that cute little dot? So many things Foundry is suddenly doing that I don't understand. I smile.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, just holding her arms down, trying to make sure that she is not going to, like, start swinging, because people start swinging sometimes. And continuing to make sure that my patient, which I apparently have because I'm apparently a doctor, is in good shape.
Okay. So
little towel over the head, making sure we're absorbing sweat, making sure that, when she throws up in the bowl, making sure she's laying on her side.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to do. Let's see. They both got yeller. Oh, no, it locked out its green, so it doesn't have an attribute right now, so it's just gonna roll to die.
Sick.
And its other attribute is wounded, so it has a 0 on that roll to die.
I win. I will lock out orange.
I am the winner by default. Okay. So that'll be good for 5 damage. Yeah, you pin Thessia down, and her breathing gets kind of ragged for a bit. But you notice the sweat start to trail off a bit, and the breaths slowly become a little bit more steady. Thessia, you walk down the steps that you've just created. Your mother gone from your arms. And you place a hand on the rune that you etched into this building. And you carve it again and again and again. And each time you do, you see the buildings begin to recede just a little bit. And step by step, you keep your head, you lower the walls, and as they sink away into the ground, you see her standing there, hidden from sight before, but still very much alive. And you know that it was your power, yes, but also your reason that made this possible. reason that equally denies falling away into nothingness forever and soaring up into the sky forever. You just stand, this perfectly flat white stone, and for a moment, it's hard not to look at it and see a canvas on which you could begin again. But that will be for another time, you think to yourself. That will be for another time. And your eyes flicker open.
Very.
There's a strange man holding your arms down and looming over you.
Kind of blinks a couple of times. Who are you? Where am I?
You're awake.
Thessia?
Hang on.
Are you... Oh, God. Xenion rushes over and puts their hands on your shoulders, turns you towards them, and then just sort of like falls on top of you and gives you a very awkwardly positioned hug between the bed, the forearms, and the copious amount of sweat.
Oh, I'm okay, dear. Oh, it's so good to see you. What has been happening?
Nothing good.
Well, that's not new for us.
Nothing good at all. Nothing good at all until right now. You're back.
It seems so. Eyes kind of drift over to such a kind man.
Look at this smiling man.
What an auspicious bit of good fortune it is that you didn't die, and that, and that two needs that happened to need each other were fortunate enough to meet in this chaotic little piece of our city.
What an auspicious occasion that you denied me the divine knowledge that was mine by right.
Oh, you've denied me nothing yet. I'll find out.
I'll get you, Kevin.
Just kind of like blinks a couple times. Are you the physiker that helped me?
Yes.
Well, thank you. I don't really have a means to compensate you. She like tries to sit up, like leaning back on two of her arms and then gripping her head with a third. I'll figure it out though. Thank you.
All you need to do now is...
I'm going to go tell Mother.
Okay, that sounds good.
All you need to do now is rest. For about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I thought you might need something from me specifically.
Well, now that you mention it. Regardless, I am pleased to see that you've awoken. You've gotten past the worst of your ailment.
Oh, speaking of which, Thessia, so you guys managed to overcome that encounter without taking any wounds. So Thessia, you can restore both your wounded attributes.
Oh, thank God. Is my blue restored or is that still locked out?
It's locked out, but you can unwound the others.
Okay, so I'm not at death's door anymore.
You're not just fucked.
I think, like, as you're talking, I'm like, oh, I could really use your assistance. She's like, like, kind of eyeball. Oh, wait.
There we go.
Yeah, sure. All right.
No huge task at all for the time being.
All right, well, it'd be rude of me to decline your request immediately. I think she, like, kind of realizing, like, honestly, this bed is probably disgusting at this point, just from the sweat
Oh,
alone.
yeah, it's god
Oh, watch the
awful.
buckets.
Oh, thank you for that.
Just scoot those.
Thank you. I nearly kicked that.
Sweat, spit, and vomit. But which is which?
Ugh.
Shell games them.
Ugh. I think she, like, kind of pulled herself a little bit further on the bed.
Here. My name is Alcrease.
Oh, Chris, very nice to meet you. I am Thessia of House Baetalus, though you probably know that already.
I do.
So, again, thank you for your assistance in this matter. She kind of, like, grips her head a little bit. Out of curiosity, am I still glowing?
Your markings are now as they normally are.
Okay. So she doesn't react to that at all, and she just kind of, like, grips the side of her head a bit and then, like, looks back to you. What is it that I can do to repay you for this kindness?
Such a simple task, it hardly bears measure. It would hardly bear mentioning. It's actually quite funny. It would seem insulting to you if and your ability if you weren't the only person in town who could currently offer this to me.
She kind of, like, tilts her head. You had to
I
come...
need you to fix a statue
Oh, that's it?
by tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I think I can do that. I hope you don't mind. I would appreciate that, like, 15 minutes or so. That would be...
Of course.
Yeah, that'd be huge.
Doctor's orders.
Yes, I'm not familiar with you, Chris. Though, to be fair, I don't know every...
What are you doing in my fucking house?
Yeah, I don't know every physic in the city, obviously. But with your
Nor
skill
does
set...
every physic know every physic in the city.
kind of, like, tilts her head. Yeah, no, fair enough. What is the statue that you need fixed that apparently no other shaper is available for?
Like I said, it will seem silly. But we can worry about that on the way. I'll tell you all about it. You'll laugh.
I could use one of those.
Well, I've got plenty of those for you. Regardless, I will give you your time to rest.
Thank
I'll
you.
be down in the foyer whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I promise not to take too much time.
Of
And
course.
honestly, getting out of bed sounds really nice right about now.
I'm sure.
I've cracked the code. If his name is Orcris, it's the foyer. If his name is Alcree, it's the foyer.
Alcree. It's the foyer. If it's orange bandana, it's Alcree. If it's red, it's Chris.
Oh, Chris! Oh!
Okay, so are you indeed going to go down and wait in the downstairs for a few minutes?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Put you back here. Doodaloo. Set that. Right.
Look at this lovely little room. Be gone, lovely little room.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you get downstairs and the one servant you've seen working today who's cleaning the ornaments over here gives you like a little like, yep, sure is a room in here nod and continues silently. Xenion is nowhere to be
Don't
seen.
Look at me.
And I'm assuming after, do you want to sneakily do anything before Thessia comes down, or are you just gonna wait for her?
No, I'm just taking in the sights.
Okay.
Now, I would not sneakily do anything while there is a servant in the room.
Yeah. I think Thessia kind of like, still a little wobbly, makes her way down. and doesn't take a seat, but like sets one of her hands on the table. Okay, I won't lie, I'm still a little dizzy, but once I see my mother, I'm ready to go.
Of course.
I think if my mother walked into the room and saw I was gone, she would have a bit of a conniption.
I'm certain. We should. You should go say hello to your mother.
Yes.
The
I just realized
the
that,
servant over here looks over. Oh, Master Arati was actually out trying to find more people to come and call on us here. Master Xenion just blew through here. Maybe they know where she is and she'll be right back, but to be honest, she's been out almost all day since you've been back. Well, since she was up and moving again. She was in bed herself for a good day after she came back injured.
But she is all right.
Oh, yes. So far as any of us know, she's been worried pretty much all the way to death about you, Master Thessia.
She has a gentle smile. That actually makes me think, how long have I been in bed?
3 days, to my understanding.
About that, yeah.
Her eyes kind of widen a bit. Let me get, where is that? It's so hard to get. There we go. Ah, I see. Well, that's certainly concerning. But I'm better now, courtesy of this physic. So, thank you again, Okris.
You're very welcome.
I need to pay a debt, though. So I'd hate to delay this process any longer, and who knows how long it's going to take Xenion to find Arte. So,
Indeed. I hate to speed us along, but time is of the essence in this particular
Ooh, indeed! Grips item table.
Thessia nods. I'd appreciate some fresh air anyways.
I think that would be good for you.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, the music changed. I was wondering if it was my fucking rival. Like, I heard you were awake.
I heard you're up! Shoots you in the head.
I thought
it.
we'd have a little rumble if you don't mind. Whacks me with a cane on the head, kills me instantly.
Kills you
Thought we'd enjoy a rivalric assassination.
Chris, god damn it!
Do you know how to shape?
I don't really know what arrangement you two worked out, but I can tell you this, Master Thessia, if I'm about to sprint around the estate and tell everyone the good news, and there's not going to be a soul here that won't be able to let Master Arati and Master Xenion know as soon as they get back. So if you've got something important, then you don't need to worry on our account.
She nods.
It shouldn't take particularly long.
Yeah.
At least the first part.
Cocks an eyebrow. Wait, what do you mean the first part? I thought the agreement was just taking care of a statue.
Well, the statue, of course, but I think you would agree that your life for a statue is not exactly a fair trade, right?
No, I suppose not. Though I think I'd appreciate you being more up forward with your, or up front with that information. But
My apologies, you weren't exactly in a negotiating state.
I suppose so. All the same. Whatever the second task is, I will require full information if I am to adequately assist you.
I think you will be uniquely situated to help me with that particular problem.
She nods. She turns back to the servant. Oh, they are already gone. Never mind.
Goodbye.
She's just like, all right, well, if that's the case, Let's head out, otherwise I think I'm going to be bombarded.
Yes, that might be best. And so we will be reporting to the house of 2 students of mine.
You had mentioned that all other Shapers were indisposed, so you had to come for a bedridden, broken one.
Yes, I wasn't actually informed of how bedridden you were beforehand.
I see.
This was perhaps a bit of a last chance.
Ah. And why on earth were no other Shapers available?
There appears to be several days ago. In fact, your colleague seemed to imply that perhaps you had something to do with it. If I read the room properly, that there's a big hole in the ground.
Her eyes kind of widen again. So that did happen. Maybe you don't have information. Was anyone hurt?
I'm sure. There's no way that nobody was hurt.
Well, okay.
It's such a big hole.
Okay, fair enough. I was hoping you might soften that a little bit. I see bedside manner is not your strong suit.
Not always.
But honesty is appreciated. I'll have to look into that myself at some point. Just add it to the list, I suppose.
And what a long list it's becoming. Let's shorten it. And I will just take her to the estate of my students.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, naturally, we're going to try to, for the mother, we're going to try to keep this quiet.
Of course.
It is her gift for her children.
I see. Yes, teenagers love a statue.
I didn't. I'm not doing this for the teenagers. I'm doing this for her.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying it seems like a poor choice and a gift for a teenager. I know when I was their age, I would have vastly preferred, I don't know, some fancy...
Something
gun.
of function.
Yeah, something of function. Like, I know it's not exactly the same thing, but lovely clothing would be appreciated. New tools for the craft. I imagine...
A book.
A book.
Or a fine tablet. A fine Stella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You want to know something fucking insane that you would never assume from seeing that word? Apparently, the English pronunciation of that word is steely.
Yeah.
Cool to
A
be wrong.
fine Stella.
Yeah.
One moment. Let me just...
That's, yeah, kind of like looks around and is like, wow, look at all this money. Must be nice. Despite coming from a rich family.
This is how the other half lives.
The other half of the 1%.
Keep your fucking hands off my dates this time, you piece of shit.
Oh, did she see me?
Yeah. She didn't look over, but she seems to have sensed you.
I'll take your dates whenever the fuck I want.
She has literally, you would not think she had moved a muscle since you originally found her, other than mirroring to the other side of the room on this other piece of furniture. She's doing the same fucking thing.
Is your mother about?
Probably somewhere. Why?
I have. Please get up and inform her that I have settled an arrangement that we had previously discussed.
Sounds pretty fucking sketchy.
It is.
Oh, I was kind of kidding, but now I'm a little into it. All right.
You know what else I've arranged?
What's that?
A little supply.
She nods, pops another date in her mouth. All right, then.
Or should I discuss that with your mother as well? The payment for such.
She just laughs as like you'd ever do that, like she'd believe you over me, etc. Doesn't bother saying any of those things, but they're written on her face. Who are you?
Oh, hi. Festia takes a deep bow, extending 2 arms out when she does so. I'm Festia Betalis.
Far. Charmed.
Very nice to meet you.
You want a date?
Oh, you know what? That sounds lovely, actually. Thank you so much.
I was just asking if you wanted one.
Such charming children. They are the future.
Yeah, looking bright. Comes back.
Maybe a little too bright. Regardless, she should be here soon. I believe your goal is going to be in here.
Yes. You want me to take a look at this now, or should we wait for the lady?
We could fix it, and then it'd be a nice little surprise. Never mind.
Master Orcris. Oh. She almost Victorian fainting couches onto this. Thank goodness you're back.
Yes. Well, it took perhaps a bit more effort than I thought.
Aren't you Thessia Betalis?
I am. It's very nice to meet you, miss.
You're alive?
Barely, and...
That's wonderful! Oh. Such a cute young woman.
Yes, I don't typically make house calls, but in this situation, what could I do?
I'm so sorry about everything your family's going through. It sounds dreadful, my dear.
Yes, it's certainly a bit of a mess right now, but courtesy of Alcris, I am feeling far better. I'm doing a lot better. I can even stand.
Industrious young man that he is. She gives you a light punch in the shoulder. Do you have children of your own?
No, heavens no. No.
Well, someday, give this man a call once again. He'll be of great service to you.
Well, I'll likely need a physiker, so yes.
Oh, as a teacher, this man knows everything. He is a delight.
Oh.
Be wise to stick close to him, my dear.
A fellow educator, is that it?
Not, well, I'm a man of many hats.
Mm-hmm.
A man of much modesty, too, by the sound of it.
Well, you know, I am incredibly talented.
Anyway, I am just about on the verge of a panic attack, so please fix the statue right now.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
I was just about to show her.
Lovely.
I was just about to show her the poor victim. I take the cloth off, point at his head. That.
Oof. Wow. Okay.
Otherwise, it seemed quite well made.
No, actually, I'm curious about something. Fessia, she's worked with stone her whole life. Looking at the crack, is this like just, you know, the material just didn't hold up? Or was this like an intentional, like someone hit it with an object or something of the sort?
I have, well, first of all, I'll answer that question. There's an important piece of information for Orcris in this circumstance as well, but real quick, I might be burying the lead here, but to answer your question, this doesn't look like a blow from outside. This looks like, you don't see this with stone typically, but sometimes the filling that goes between tiles, sometimes if there's like a little shift in the ground, little stress applied over some time can cause cracks to just spontaneously form from it being very faintly compressed and stretched. Generally not whole slabs of stone, but that's the closest this looks like to you. It's as if the statue just sort of cracked from within.
From within.
And Orcris, you unveil the statue and indicate the crack to Thessia, and it takes you about a second to clock because it's absolutely not in the top 50 things you would ever expect to be looking for. But you realize the statue has changed in a way that seemed subtle initially, and then you blinked and you were like, no, that's pretty dramatic. It has a scorpion tail now. It's almost, it kind of fits in amidst the foam that the figure is rising out of. But yeah, no, there it is. That was not there this morning.
Huh.
Fessia kind of like cracks her knuckles. Yeah, this shouldn't be too complicated. Let's see here. She'll pull out her chisel, and realizes that that might look a little strange, is like, for the rune, of course. And she will begin the process. I'm going to be going as, like, carefully and, like, cautiously as possible, because even though time is of the essence, she's like, I don't want to fuck this up. Also, my brain is still a little mush.
Okay.
Yes, I feel similarly. I will sit and watch.
Should I roll to die and then pick something, or just roll wild?
If you want to reflect first and contemplate how you're feeling, then you can roll to die.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can just go ahead and do deting. Okay.
Yeah, I think her brain is mush, which is why it's locked out, and emotionally she's a little drained. So she is just going to rely on just raw physical of, like, I know the motions, I know the movements, and I am going to trust on instinct and moving my body through my tools to make this as clean a repair as possible.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll to die with that red 6. Or excuse me, roll to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Fessia, honey. Oh, wait. I think I have something with my gift regarding this. And generally, there's a part of due to die. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, you're okay.
Whew, all right.
Honestly, the damage is not is not too much more than superficial once you get into it. So you're able to basically just, once you've inscribed the rune, slowly run your hand over the area with the crack and momentarily soften the stone so that you can just smooth it into a perfect surface again, and then pull away. And it looks all good.
She puts 2 hands on her hips and crosses 2 others, and, like, kind of still looking at the work, kind of leans over. Not too shabby for someone who just woke up from a coma.
Yes. Yes, it looks good.
She kind of cocks an eyebrow. Seem a bit distracted. Is this not what you wanted?
No, this is as long as the lady of the house is happy, this is fine.
Cocks an eyebrow once again. Yeah. Is there, like, a sense motive? Because, like, Alcris is she trusts Alcris because, well, she knows it was Alcris, because he saved her life and whatnot. But, like, there's been a lot of weird little bits of information that have been coming in, which is like, well, that's weird. Why is he a physic?
Why'd you say it like that?
Yeah, why is he a physic and an educator for 2 totally different things? And also borderline a servant for this family, because sending your educator to come and get me is weird. And also, he has a confidence and swagger to him that to see him suddenly be, like, distracted is odd.
I mean, everything you've just said is stuff that you could simply observe from his demeanor, so I don't think you need to roll to have observed the things you just listed. If you want to make a roll, it would be to try and read his reaction for more information.
Yeah.
But if you just want to react to that, you can just do that.
She, yeah, I think she'll just kind of like look over. I know it's none of my business, and you don't have to say a damn thing. But you do seem a little distant suddenly. She kind of like looks back at the statue.
Just seeing things that I didn't see before. Strange similarities.
She looks at the scorpion tail and looks back at him. It is certainly a unique trait for both of you to have. Is this yours? She like gestures the statue in honor of you by chance.
I don't think so. No, I believe it's in honor of the children's father, who is not me.
Wouldn't that be funny?
I mean, I guess it's not impossible.
Maybe.
But does seem unlikely. Well, they're twins.
Them being twins is the like defining possibility.
Well, no, it just means that the number of occurrences that would have had to happen is down from 2 to 1.
Door creaks open. I'm sorry, I just want to. Oh, thank God. Oh, good as new.
When she says thank God, Thessia like gets a little scowls like, he didn't do shit.
Thank me.
Yeah, honestly, genuinely.
This is impeccable work. And I have you to thank for this, my dear, is that right?
She nods. Yes, indeed. I'm more than happy to assist.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help your family out of this terrible situation you found yourselves in. I must say, dear, puts a hand on your shoulder, that whole going to take a little bit of explaining.
Yes, picking up immediately, I think, hold on, I've got the right face for this. Where is it? You seem a bit of a gossip, dear. I don't mean to assume.
She's almost as good at reading people as you are, or Chris. I'm sorry, Master or Chris.
Oh, please.
Or Chris.
Master is fine.
Shut the fuck up.
Here's a slightly different name. Clocks it. Interesting. Leans back in. I won't lie. I'm a little out of sorts because I was actually in a bit of a coma, though I was healed courtesy of, Orcris here.
My goodness. What a story. They said you'd suffered some terrible life-altering injury, and I thought, oh, no. Oh, you hate to see fate kick a dog that's already down.
Just smiles through it. Yeah, don't I know it? But, if you're even more curious,
I'm always more curious, dear, if there's more to tell.
Well, we had a nasty run-in with the fog.
No.
Mm-hmm. We were deep beneath the earth when it came barreling towards us, and
That?
Mm-hmm.
That? Now it all makes sense. I wondered how so many could perish in a simple mine collapse. But the breath. Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Dear, I'm so glad you're all right.
Thank you. And I hope you don't mind me inquiring a bit. What have you heard about this hole? Because, well, I've been a little out of sorts, as I just told you. So if you have any details at all, no matter how far-fetched.
Well, you know, the college is being ever so coy about it, even though, let's be honest, you can tell me, I can tell you, we both know.
Of course.
It could only have been made by a shaper. it's simply it staggers me. Not rune touched myself, of course. I'm sure you're far more aware of the particulars than I am, but they say that at the same time its construction could only have been done by the hand of a shaper, too perfectly circular, too smooth, nothing, no creature that could have dug something like that, and yet, allegedly, no shaper alive should have been able to make something like that in the scant seconds in which it appeared.
I
And
think
they say, this is, she looks over her shoulder as if shuts the tiny crack in the door. They say that one or more of the foremost members of House Betalis was rescued from the area, but they weren't on the street before. Where did they come from? It's all very mysterious. I don't suppose that would have been you?
I think there is like an unintentional like crawl of a smile across her face as she realizes I did that. I'm the greatest shaper ever, apparently. But before it gets too far into her mind, she's like, "But I don't know how I did that. But who says I can't do it again?" She smiles. Yes. I won't lie. When the breath started rolling in, I had to make some desperate measures. Though, when I used the rune, I did not anticipate such a level of potency.
Oh. Oh my. So it's true? It was you?
She turns over to Orcris. Yes, I'm so sorry. A couple of ladies gossiping and...
Oh my. Orcris? Master Orcris, you must keep a close eye on this one. She's full of surprises. I can just tell. Maybe as many as you. Punches you again lightly in the shoulder. Anyway, I've got my statue. I've got to go arrange some comedic philosophers for tomorrow. My kids are going to love them.
Claps all four hands. Oh, who did you
Yes.
get? Ooh, it's always exciting for that kind of entertainment.
Ooh, let me bring up my name bank.
Oh, I'm sorry to put you on the
Well,
spot
we
like
really
that.
must be going, unfortunately.
Oh, thank goodness. Let me put away my name bank. I'll be on my way.
Probably not best to admit to such a blabbermouth that you tore apart a. Well, I guess it's none of my business, really.
Who better to send that rumor around than one who always gossips? They'll think she's just trying to stir the pot.
I suppose that's one way to look at it.
She shrugs.
Regardless, I believe the next task.
Regardless, let's go look at the place where they put shapers who accidentally get people killed.
Yeah, regardless, the next task involves involves someone in your family. I didn't recognize the name, but apparently there is a. Well,
Do you need me to
perhaps
repeat
it's
it?
better.
so that-
Perhaps it's better if I show you, and you can work out whatever that is from there.
And it involves my family.
I believe so. That's at least what I was told.
This is the name you got.
Metrosis. Okay. Well, I'm just going to show her. I promised that I wouldn't tell anyone. And so if I take you to the thing and you see it and perhaps build connections in your brain, I didn't break my promise to my good friend Gil.
Yeah, sure.
Good friend.
Sorry.
Sorry, just
that's
thinking of that asshole makes me vomit a little.
No, it was the SpaghettiOs.
That's what I
Oh,
thought.
that's your fault. You chose
Well,
that.
I had to choose a suitably evil food.
All right. So we'll say, like, in character, presumably you know the name. If you want to
Yes, of
withhold the
course.
name, then that's fine, and just take her there.
I'll
But
withhold it. I want to see if she knows, and then I'll start to talk.
Yeah,
okay.
I suppose she probably would be like somewhat familiar. I don't think she's probably been here before, but like if
Oh,
family has made it.
yeah, it's well, yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Okay, so you're right. Okay, so you're locked into red still. Cool. Let me bring y'all. Let me come get y'all juice.
Oh, lovely.
So, Orcris leads you down to the underground, and your family at various points has been involved in tons of projects down here. This could be almost anything from just that.
Yeah.
And the sequence of turns he takes, however, does begin to spark something in your mind. And it seems like it surely. No, there's still like 20 things it could be. It's probably not. Okay, there's still like 10 things it could be. There's like 4 things this way. And the feeling continues to mount until, indeed, there's no way to dismiss as a coincidence. Orcris is leading you down a path that you have been led down exactly once before in your entire life. And it was many, many years ago now, when you were you charitably could be called a young adult, but many people would still have just called you a girl. He spent your father spent many months overseeing a project that unusually he did not talk about at home. In fact, you couldn't even really get any information from anyone else at the college on the occasions you happened to talk to them. And sometimes clients were very secretive. Sometimes they want something built that needs to be kept secure or is embarrassing or something. There are all sorts of reasons, but this seemed to be a secret that weighed a little heavier than most. Your father took you to see it exactly once. His one admission that he had ever even done this work. And he knew full well, you knew, without having to be told, that he ought not to have shown you it. But he decided to anyway. He wanted to show it to you, his daughter, a fellow shaper, because he was justifiably proud of it, and he wanted you to be proud of him. Orcris is leading you to the Stonehold. This was a very ambitious project. This was a can this even be done kind of project. Your father was asked by the powers that be to design a prison that could hold shapers. In the past, this had been attempted by, oh, let's just build a prison out of wood. And that worked okay until there was a fire and all the prisoners died. And so they decided... They decided, okay, maybe there's a way we can do this that isn't such a fire. Maybe we can do something else. Is there any way to build this out of stone without it just being laughably trivial for a shaper to escape? And your father didn't tell you the secret of how he had done it, but apparently he had. He had somehow managed to influence the stone used in the construction of this underground prison to be unaffected by the Rune of Alteration. And he only walked you as far as the entrance, but you recognize it as you approach with Orcris. Only where you remember the main, the ramp leading up into the heart of this prison, there is now a blank, featureless wall obstructing the hallway. Featureless in respect that could only mean it had been shaped, save for a small message scrawled in it. Bring me a purifier. Set the truth free.
I think she kind of stands still for a bit and doesn't look over. How is that possible?
That is a question I was hoping you might be able to help me answer.
Unfortunately, I lack deeper details into the full construction of this facility.
I'll say this, Thesia. Your father didn't share the secret of how he got the stone to be shaper-proof, but he did, in the course of taking you on this little journey, with a wink and a nod, he did show you something else he had built.
This motherfucker invented concrete.
He did show you something else he had built and showed you to it in hushed tones that implied the kind of thing shapers occasionally, if they're building something, might have a reason to deviate from the official plan very slightly and put in something that wasn't actually requested by the client. And usually it's a sort of harmless developer Easter egg kind of thing.
Sure.
But you remember your father telling you that what bothered him about what they had asked him to do was that building a place like this underground, if there ever were seismic activity or some kind of event that sealed the entrance to this place, it would be very, very difficult to rescue anyone inside in a timely fashion, because normally you would get a shaper for that. They could sweep aside the rubble easily.
Right.
But you couldn't do that here. And particularly if it was sealed off airtight, you might only have hours to get people out. And he felt it was a bit unconscionable to build a prison that was also a death trap after what happened with the wooden Bernie Downey
let's
one.
Keep building prisons out of death traps.
I think they were onto something.
Hold on, this one's gotta work.
So he did also share with you his little secret. He built what he considered a foolproof emergency exit that would still be impossible for a shaper to manipulate open from the inside, but that could be opened from the outside in the event that they had to get people out of the prison.
I think Thesia, she doesn't look at you and says, I'm going to show you something, but don't tell anyone else, understood?
My lips are sealed.
Nods and just walks away to go towards that.
Yeah. It's well concealed. When your father took you down here, you're quite confident you would not have spotted your way to this, and nor would anyone else who didn't know it was there. Deep amidst a little warren of natural caves that splits off from the paved section of the underground, there is a shaped space disguised from the outside to look like just one of the dozens of other tiny honeycombing tunnels around here. There's nothing of value down here. There's no reason for anyone to go back this far, to go this exact way, except if you know that around that bend, you turn it, and you can see a small shaped cavern that has, at the other end, an extremely heavy-looking wooden door reinforced with iron bars, and to its side, a small, basically perfect cube of stone with a very small hand indent on it.
Yeah, before she approaches that, she will turn to Orcris and be like, okay, so why are we here specifically? What is the task that you need handled?
There appears to have been an escape
kind of tilts her head and thinks back to the giant sealed door. Are you sure it's an escape? I mean, they blocked the only way out that they know of.
An escape, a sealing in, something like that. So remind me again. They sent someone in, right?
More specifically, a purifier was coincidentally there on unrelated business at the time the quake started, and as far as anyone knows, is still inside. But Hilm's assumption from the message and the wall is that whoever sealed it off from the inside
Doesn't know that
either
they're in there
doesn't
yet.
know they're in there, or doesn't know they're a purifier, or they're dead already,
I see.
and therefore of no use.
I see. But that person was of some personal significance to Kiln.
Yeah.
He described them as a colleague.
Okay.
Usually when he says that, he means friend, but he doesn't like to use the word friend.
Well, we're friends. He can deal with it.
Come on, Kiln. We're buddies.
We're buddies, pals. Yes. So when the crash happened a few days ago, it appears that someone is trapped inside, and they could be dead already. They might not be, but with the College of Shapers so already buried up to their neck in work, we were unable to procure anybody to come in and look for this person. This person is a colleague of a friend of mine. And it would grieve him very much if they were to not make it back. This one person inside is, from my understanding, very dangerous. A shaper who has, for whatever reason, run afoul of the law.
And we are to perform a rescue mission.
Yes.
Thessia kind of like pinches the bridge of her nose. You know that I'm a teacher, right? Like, this is a
Me
little...
too.
Well, you're also a physic. And a delivery man.
I'm many things. Right now, I need you to be one more thing.
She, like, kind of looks down the way at the door.
Not even really one more thing. I need you to be the thing that you already are. A shaper.
She takes a deep breath. I do owe you. But she puts a finger up.
After this,
this is the
we're
end.
good.
We're good.
After this, our debt is squared.
She takes a deep sigh. That is refreshing to hear. Okay. Well, let's not delay. We don't want to give them any more time.
Indeed.
I'll approach that cube with the hand mark.
Yeah.
I assume it's my father's.
Yeah, it's you. I mean, it's at least you don't know his handprint perfectly, but it's certainly the right size.
How? I think just because Thessia's curious, because
Yeah.
Dad's been dead for a bit. She puts her hand in the imprint and just like, how much bigger is it than hers?
Aw, that's adorable. Oh. That's a good question. I mean, you're a fully grown ass woman now, and you're pretty. I guess your muscle size doesn't really matter relative to your hand size.
She's
Oh, it
like a
does.
taller lady.
Does it? Does your hands get bigger if you get jacked?
They sure do.
All right. Well, I'll shut the fuck up then. Honestly, your dad was not really a physical specimen though, to the degree that you are. So actually, you're probably about as big.
I think that gives her like a sad smile, just to be like, yeah, but also just thinking, oh, Maybe if he was a bigger guy, maybe he'd still be here.
When you place a hand on this little cube, you sort of just reflexively, you're used to doing this anytime you're probing a stone surface. You kind of extend your senses out to get a rough idea of the dimensions of the object. And this is a really interesting thing. You're not sure you've ever seen something like this before. The stone that you've laid a hand on, the cube is the end of basically it runs back and then up a shaft, and inside this shaft, there are 6, 10, a dozen, 20, a whole lot of individual moving pieces masterfully sculpted to interlock, as if this were halfway between an enormous key and an enormous game of yellow out. And weirdly, the stone, the whole wall is stone. It's not just this cube, but you extend your senses in, and this little shaft is all you can perceive. All the stone surrounding it, all the stone making up this cavern, is completely dead to your senses somehow. It feels no more like stone that you could manipulate than when you lay a hand on your own body. And feeling out the interior of this thing, you can picture it as a shaper. You can see all the pieces, and you realize there was another little piece to this puzzle. You never even knew that your dad fucking did this too. He showed you a sketch once of an elaborate, you assumed he was like crafting a little puzzle box or something. Not
Right.
his usual work. Not the sort of stuff he did, but he showed you a sketch once, and it was just like, hey, here's a cool thing I'm working on. And that is what he has realized here. If all the pieces go into the exact right places, probably the passage will open. You can see places where it looks like they join some kind of machinery, and something happens if you do it exactly right, and something happens if you do it even a little bit wrong.
She kind of smiles thinking about that and realizes, I'm still not the greatest at this rune. That's okay, though, because I can learn. And she's going to think back to that sketch as best as she can, and also using her own just instincts of this, of like, okay, I knew my dad pretty damn well and his, like, brain space for this sort of thing. And she's also going, Dad wouldn't just show me this because he was proud. Like, obviously, he would do that because, yeah, he's an amazing crafter and all that. But he would also show me this because, like, what's the point of making this if no one can access it? So she's trying to, like, noodle in, like, okay, what would be the, like, obvious to another shaper process to open this to get people out to safety?
Yeah. You can go ahead and make me a roll to do. Although I don't think red. Well, I mean, let's see, if you want to justify red, you can try.
Should I roll to die? Here, I'll drop my swing and I'll roll to die. I think that would be the most reasonable.
Yeah,
thing
I'm
to
okay
do.
with that. You just talked about your interiority enough.
I
Yeah,
think
you
she's
can-
going to go off of emotion for this.
Oh,
Like,
okay, interesting.
She's, even though she's not, like, crying or anything, she's like, man, my dad made a scary place, but, like, I can't deny this shit's really cool, and I can only dream of having this level of skill.
Okay. Then yeah, go ahead and roll to do to figure this sumbitch out. Yeah. You connect your memory of the sketch with what you're perceiving, and throw in a dash of your own knowledge of your father and how you remember how he liked to think, and what would he have made the solution look like. And you carefully reach out and you manipulate oh so finely the individual bolts of stone. They slot into place, and you hear some mechanism trigger. Something falls somewhere. There was some potential energy stored up for exactly one, and the door in front of you, this massive slab of wood and iron, is suddenly yanked up about 4 feet off the ground, and you can see there's a whole series of them. There's like 8 running deeper into this mountain, and the passage lies open.
She looks to Orcris, and then smiles. After you. This is your mission, after all.
Indeed. I will carefully step down into the threshold.
Okay. The passage narrows toward the end, and you come to another. You can see there's sort of 2 colors of stone here, and Thessia, putting a hand against it, just as you suspected, the surrounding stone is all unmanipulable, but there is a small tunnel of shapeable stone, just big enough to crawl through, that leads deeper inside, and you can easily just smoosh that out of the way to create enough space for you and Orcris to pass. Let me go ahead and take you to a place. Let me take you on a magic carpet ride.
Yeah, and obviously I there's no way I could truly study this or even glean it fully, but like at a quick glance as we're like making contact with this unshapable stone, is there anything that like catches my eye that's like, well, that's weird? Like, is it crafted with a tool, or did it look like it was shaped into this using the rune, but then now it doesn't work anymore?
You can go ahead and make a roll to do. See what you can intuit here.
Sure. What's my dad
Oh, damn.
doing?
Let's see. Let's see if it's good enough.
Yeah, it's probably a very high. Oh,
Yeah. There are some odd discolorations unevenly bloomed on the surface of this stone that distinguish it from the other stone in the surrounding area. And you realize it's... this is definitely still stone. You kind of scratch the tip a little with one of your clawed fingers. Yeah, it's stone. This isn't a wholly different material. It seems like maybe it's leavened with some other substance, and that has some kind of impact. That's the best you're able to figure.
Yeah, I think Oz, you might be closer than you think.
All right, let me bring you to my fortress.
Ooh, a dungeon.
A dungeon.
All right, Orcris, we got to make this fast.
All right, Thessia,
Oh,
Ooh,
you
cool.
push aside the last of the stone here and emerge on
this
what
room
was
has a grid.
otherwise... Oh, what could it mean? On what was otherwise featureless wall in a small, cramped room, just packed with shelves that are stacked with row upon row of clay tablets.
Ooh.
It's reasonably well kept. It's not much to look at, but it's clearly lived in. Let me go ahead and get you some music.
Yeah. And then
Look
doesn't need to be
at
in depth because
that.
Thessia realizes we have other things to do, but she's like, are these tablets just like a record of prisoners or just like general information?
Are you going to take the time to peruse them a little?
I think she's just going to take one out to just quickly look at
Just
it,
be like,
get a
"Oh, what
general
is this?"
idea,
Yeah.
and then put it back.
You take it out and scan it over. These look like records, lists, supplies, people,
Okay.
guard rotations, maybe, because there seem to be schedules and dates associated with them, or something to do with the identities of prisoners, perhaps.
Okay. It was definitely more just a curiosity thing than like a, oh, what does this all mean? Just like, oh, neat.
Yeah. And there's a desk around the corner behind these rows of shelves on which there were tablets in progress of being worked on and some kind of haphazardly set up against the side of it. And yeah, you can see this room has two exits, both covered with the curtains that are common in Scani indoors to separate off spaces.
So, not to pry too deeply, but did you have any interesting dreams while you were out?
She nods. Yeah, I suppose so. It was all one very, very long dream. It honestly, I know it sounds stupid, but it felt like years.
They feel that way sometimes. Towards the end?
Towards the end, like what I saw specifically.
What was the last thing you remember before waking?
I was descending some stairs towards my mother as the city sort of crumbled away. I felt trapped, and I demanded it bend to me, and it did.
I see.
What does that tell you, Doc? She kind of gets a shitty smile.
A little. More about you than perhaps what I. Tells me more about you than what I'm truly interested in.
Talking about piss and shit, and you're talking about some Japanese shit I don't give a fuck about.
She crosses all her arms. Well, then let's not beat around the bush. What did you want to learn?
I had a teacher when I was young. And one day I came up to that teacher and I told him I had a dream that I could fly. And he said that it was just a dream. But what if he lied? What if we can all fly? And how would we ever know unless we climbed to the top of some tower and made the leap?
She pauses for a moment and goes, I don't know if it means anything, but I did fly for a bit in the dream, though I wasn't a fan of it. It felt unnatural to me, like I didn't have control.
And what did you see when you flew? When you looked down?
I saw the city that I was lost in, that I would eventually break.
Scone?
She shrugs. I assume so. I don't know many other cities.
Of course.
It was actually that volcano one you were talking about?
Yeah, it was weak shit.
I see. Well, we don't have forever. And I imagine it would take some time to climb back out. I open the store.
Yep.
Or what I assume is a door.
Yeah, it's like a curtain.
Yeah, you can part the curtains.
Ah, yes.
I can just walk through.
Like three
let's
dudes
see.
with guns waiting. Like, I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
Talking about some weird shit back there.
Oh, maybe I'll just like, oh, look at this budget. We can just like do shit.
Ooh.
Yeah,
What if I go here? Oh no!
Yeah.
Attempted movement collides with at least one wall, so I smash into the wall.
Arker's like,
oh no! Do you get an error message when you do that?
Yeah.
No, fuck. That's terrible. Why would they do that? Just make it not work.
To stop you.
Yeah, just
probably to
stop you from moving. That's not an error state.
No, it's to stop players from peeking into rooms that they don't have access to.
I guess they want to clarify that. Okay, hang on.
Yeah,
I should have.
I'm
I was distracted, and
something's happening here.
This is the rare case where I actually should have turned on game paused so I could say some shit.
Yeah, because that looks like a trap up ahead.
So you proceed down this hallway a short ways, and you can see a number of cells directly to your side, each just about big enough to house a single person in not what you'd call comfort, but you're not being crushed at least.
Yeah.
And several of them simply stand open. None of them appear occupied. And as you get a little closer down here, you can hear indistinct whispered voices coming further from the south, where if you look, you can see a very makeshift barricade set up. The curtain has been ripped off of this opening, and a stone desk has been shoved into place, a bit of broken column, a bunch of spears placed facing out, and caltrops scattered on the floor here, you can see.
Interesting.
A trap has gone off, or perhaps
I think it's just a barricade.
it's
Just
intended to be one.
if I had to guess, it's probably just a line of defense for whoever's on the other side. So the question is, would they be a possible ally? I'd wager no.
Probably not. Though they could also be the person we're looking for.
I think
If
that's
they're meant to separate
Oops,
themselves
sorry, I
from
didn't mean to do that.
prisoners.
well. Let's be cautious then. I'm gonna stop at this corner and then like very delicately peek around the corner, just to see if anyone else is there. Even though I'm moving fully out, it's just to like
Sure.
yeah.
Just to give a little lookaroony. Yeah. You don't immediately see anyone when you look down the hallway this direction. You see some faint flickering candle light next to a statue embedded in the wall, probably a little shrine over there. And as you get about this close, you see a or you get near the corner.
Yeah.
You do see a man in sort of medium armor poke his head around the corner and give a very obvious visual start when he sees the two of you standing there. And immediately his mouth starts to fly open. He slaps a hand over it, and he instead immediately ducks down behind this barrier, and you can tell places his hands on one of these spears.
Too much to ask that you have a weapon?
No, I have one. She pulls out a chisel.
Very well.
Who goes there?
Friends, not foes.
What? Where did you come from?
That's not incredibly important at the moment. Can you give us an update on what's happened here? I presume you're one of the guards.
You see the face very slowly rises, just enough so that he can make eye contact with you from basically through underneath the base of this stool.
All four hands up.
Yeah. His posture relaxes, but only slightly. Yes, I'm one of the guards stationed here.
Do you have any allies with you, or is it just you now?
His mouth opens and closes a couple times, and he still looks very perplexed by your sudden appearance, but eventually he does he whispers something and raises one finger, and a couple people start to very cautiously crane their necks out from the further recesses of this room. You can see the guard is wearing his armor. The first two people who poke their heads out are certainly not wearing armor of any kind. They're wearing essentially ragged tunics, and are definitely look more like prisoners on spec than they do guards. We're all holed up back here. Every last one of us that's still alive, except all but... What are you doing here? Who are you?
Gestures to Orcris.
We're here to rescue you.
That sounds a little too good to be true, friend. I'd love to believe it. How'd you possibly get in here?
Through the way that you'll get out. As long as you cooperate. And even if you don't.
A few more people stand up from behind their hiding places and kind of come until you can essentially take stock of the people assembled in this room.
Prisoners? Guards?
Prisoners, guards, and one visitor. Those of us that are left.
Who's the visitor?
He looks like he doesn't necessarily want to tell you, but he's not practiced at lying, and so your simple asking the question causes him to glance at this woman here, who does look, of the non-guards, she's the only one who's wearing relatively decent clothing, although it's still torn and dirty.
Tell me about yourself, visitor.
She pushes her way to the front. My name's Enna. I'm an associate at the College of Purifiers.
Well, count yourself lucky. Kiln has seen to it that you be saved.
Kiln? Yeah, that sounds like some stupid thing he would do. He's not here in person, is he? That would just take the cake.
Afraid not.
Good. He shouldn't be. Idiot.
They are friends.
Colleagues.
Correct. Fessia turns. Well,
I'm Kiln's only friend.
gets really defensive.
We are husbands.
Fessia turns. Well, we need to get the others out of here as well. I mean, even the prisoners.
That sounds... Well, that sounds like a great idea. You shouldn't... She exchanges a look with the guard, and he kind of... Oops, he doesn't disappear. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. He briefly passes out of sight and seems to be checking on something over here. Comes back. If there's going to be any kind of discussion, you might want to... I was going to say you should get in here. I don't know if it'll even matter. Look, if... There's still another person trapped back there with Myron. I don't know. You recognize that name, Orcris, I say, not elaborating. It's who you thought.
I betray no sign that I know this name.
Oh yeah, no. Fessia just cocks an eyebrow like, I don't know that name.
Look, we're all that's left after quakes hit and everything started falling to pieces. We got a few collapses, some fissures in the floor, and we thought we'd ridden it out. And then the breath leaked in. Everyone in the east set of cells is gone. And most of the guards. And we backed out and waited, thinking, well, that was going to be the end for us, but it was just one gout. And eventually it dissipated enough we could move around safely again. But he turns and looks vaguely to the south, where, based on your knowledge of geography, presumably the main entrance is in that direction.
Yeah.
Like there was a prisoner here. His name's Myron. He's a little different from the others. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't do anything. Far as we know, he doesn't see anything. He would just lie there. And it was tricky enough just getting him to eat. So, we figured that, honestly, the breath seemed like it would be a mercy to someone like that. But he's alive somehow. Came walking straight out. We heard stone being torn. He's the only one who can shape in here.
Fascinating.
He didn't kill any of us yet. Just walked up, sealed it off, walked around for a while. We didn't know what was happening, but we weren't gonna get his attention. But his attention found us eventually. Walked over here where we were holed up. Said, I heard there was a purifier here. I don't know how he heard. I thought he couldn't hear anything when he was like that, but he heard. And Sadi, one of the other guards here, just spoke up right away. Said that was him. And seems like he believed him, because he took him away. Somewhere. Off to the east. It's not a big place. I have to imagine he's somewhere past the shrine, the common room, I guess. And he's still got him. We haven't seen him since, but we hear things. Stone moving. Screaming.
Well, we have to do something. We can't just leave him here.
Indeed. And yet, where do we believe he is in relation to us right now?
The guard kind of clambers up on this barricade a little and works his body around the corner. He points to the east. It doesn't continue for far that way. I'm sure he's not just at the shrine. We'd be able to hear him. He's probably east and then north. That's the room where guards and prisoners, when it's their turn, get their food and drink. There's not much, but that's the only place I think he could be, unless he went back to his cell.
How is food supplied to this place?
Normally just through the front. The prisoners are all in their cells. They can't do anything to the stone, so it's not hard to take supplies in here normally.
I see. All right.
You also mentioned that he's been able to shape stone, like actually in the prison?
Yes. I don't know how. It's supposed to be impossible, but at some time after all those quakes came through, just when we thought things were settling down, we just heard this scraping and then a rip, and God, when one of us worked up the courage, we went and looked at his cell. He'd ripped the chain. Well, he'd ripped the stone that the chain was anchored to clean out of the wall, and he'd loosened the metal and worked around the cell bars too.
Thessia's gonna, hearing that, gently mark the wall with a rune and just see if she can make anything happen.
Thessia's gonna mark afraid. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you scratch the rune of alteration into the wall here and lay a hand on it, and the stone still looks utterly black in your sight. There is no purchase that you can find here when you reach out with your senses.
Curious.
Which cell was his?
He was in the middle bay. They were all filled there, but the other 5 are gone.
I see. Well, let's perhaps see if we can get to the bottom of this.
Right.
Talk him down, maybe.
Kind of looks over at Orcris. How confident are you in that, or do you need a spear? She gestures.
Well, we talk him down and keep a knife in hand.
And you have one?
Of course.
I was about to say, if you wanted one, she gestures to the stone desk. I could make one.
I'll be good.
Oh, this he pats the desk. This is all made of the same.
Ah,
You couldn't leave a stone desk lying around just because the walls couldn't be shaped.
that makes sense. I wasn't 100% certain, so it's good to have that confirmation.
It's all supposed to be foolproof.
Curious. Well, I think first we need to guide them to the exit. Or do you think that'll draw attention from this man?
That's up to them.
Looks over.
Should we deal with him first? Or should we run the risk that we be caught?
I don't think it doesn't feel right to leave while Sadi's still with that guy. Speak for yourself. I've been here for 3 years. I'm getting out now if I've got a chance. Alive? Are you kidding me?
3 years.
That's almost 12 years.
12 years.
I don't know what anyone told you about this place, but he raises his hand. Not a shaper, just here. Look at those records. You'll probably find some pretty interesting stuff in there.
You don't say.
In that case, fuck you all.
Give me 1 second. Watch out, it's still very dangerous. There's caltrops all over the ground, and I
Right.
just want to go take a look at some
okay.
stuff real quick.
The guard kind of turns around to this guy who spoke up. Yeah, you're still a prisoner. Don't forget. I don't want you to die, but I'm not setting you free. Guy kind of squares up a little. Yeah? I see 2 of you and 3 of us. I'll take those odds over waiting around for Myron to come back here.
There's a third here too. Actually, maybe even a fourth. Crosses arms.
There's a third.
Oh, then that's just me. She looks back.
Don't worry. We'll clear the place out first.
All right, as soon as I hear the stone flying, I'm making a break for it, and I will rip out throats if I have to, just so we're all clear.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. She turns back over to her partner. Ready?
I think so.
Yeah, or Chris, in your very brief sojourn back to the records room, were you actually?
No, I'm gonna take a real look at it later.
Okay.
Well, looks like you chose the right path immediately. She gestures to the what looks like a cave-in, blocking
Yeah.
that door.
Yes, I have a knack for such things. Let's see here.
Southern
Every
Recon.
god is fake but me. Smiles.
I believe here's our man's cell.
Yep. And sure enough, you can see a chunk of the floor is just smoothly removed from the rest of the floor, with the chain still bolted into it. And likewise, though the bars are still technically in place, they've basically been yanked out of their socket, and there's enough space, even before the door being open, there's enough space that you could cram yourself through.
Any sign of the Markhead rune?
Yeah, that was the first thing.
The Markhead rune, you
Yeah.
don't say. Yes. You can see one scrawled on the floor near where the chain has been slipped, and you can see one scrawled on the wall just by the bars.
And it looks like a rate like any other fail rune.
Yep, looks normal to you. This looks exactly the way you would do it if this were stone you could normally manipulate.
She's just kind of hunched down. How the hell is he doing that?
I figured he probably invented some new rune or discovered one, but
No, it doesn't
that
seem
doesn't
like
seem
it.
to be the case.
She, like, looks northward and then looks back at it. Yeah.
I wonder if it's something to do with the man himself.
All the more reason to be extra cautious.
Indeed.
And you hear echoing down the corridor with really no warning whatsoever. Oh, deeper! Carve it deeper! You still don't believe me!
Ah. Very different reactions!
Orcus is like, hot.
Let's just take a look.
Moving as quietly as possible, of course.
Making sure my little hoofies don't touch the little rocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. At the edge of this curtain here, you can hear some faint. Oh, you're just gonna okay.
I wasn't gonna like just open it, but
Okay, you're gonna try
I
and
couldn't
peek
see
through?
that there was a curtain.
Ah. Oh yeah, sorry. The boundaries in a
Curtain
slightly
was on
weird
the other
place there.
side, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a curtain, and at the edge here, you can hear a persistent, very gritty scratching noise, like someone etching into stone, but unskillfully.
Looks at Orcris. If I had to guess, if we went down the other path, that's just east of here, would that also connect into this room?
If you had to guess from how relatively compact this space is, probably ultimately.
Okay.
It would parallel the construction on the guard room and the records room of there being two doors at perpendicular angles.
Fessia turns to Orcris and whispers, "Do you want me to come from the other path? That way we can, if we need to, pincer?"
That is a good idea.
She
I'll
nods.
distract if need be.
She nods and will move quickly but quietly.
No. You can see the floor is quite torn up here. Some small glimmer of satisfaction that the quake appears to have broken the statue.
Yeah, there's also a little bit of guilt of like, I just wanted to not die. I didn't mean for this to happen.
Oops. Itobe. Yeah, you step in here, and you find yourself standing at a small landing. Hang on.
Yeah, no worries.
Narration is happening.
Oh.
You find yourself at a small landing, very short flight of steps, and a fairly shallow ledge here, up to the main portion of the room. You can hear a little trickle of running water from a fountain in here, and up on the main section of the room, you can see a few stools scattered around, and quite at odds with everything else in the room, just sort of randomly scattered through the room, are an assortment of very crudely formed statues that look like they've been wrenched up directly from either the floor or some other piece of stone furniture that's up there, and they obscure most of the back of the room, but you can hear back there and an occasional grunt of pain.
This guy sucks.
Kind of like locks eyes with Orcris. Out of curiosity, the individual's name is Myron?
Myron?
Yeah.
Myron. Is that a name recognizable to the Shapers Guild at all?
Good point. Yes, I'm not gonna make you roll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. There was a shaper at the college. He was not one of the more sociable ones. He wasn't a major presence in the halls of the college, but doubtless you would have met him plenty of times by that name. A slightly older man, uh, balding, very, very physically strong build, the kind of guy who had really kept his form into his later years. As a shaper, it's okay. Wasn't as good as you. Um, but yeah, no, he was like a pleasant enough guy. Just sort of like didn't say a lot, but he was around. He did the mandatory social functions, and yeah, I mean he was a colleague. And then about 10 months ago, he seemed to be going through a period where he felt he was coming in a little run down. He didn't seem like he was in great health or great spirits. And then he just fucking never showed up again one day.
Oh. So at some point he was just brought here.
If it's the same guy, then yeah.
That's odd. Huh.
God, I hope nothing bad happened to him.
I'm sure he's fine.
He's probably fine. He's on vacation, man.
Yeah, he's on vacation in prison.
He's in prison for 10 months.
Yeah, he chose that. I don't know why.
He was only brought to super jail.
He likes it.
Yeah.
And since you guys have both stepped in now, I will ask you for rolls to do if you are at all attempting to remain on the down low.
Yep.
Yes. Let's see here. I will roll to do. Goo. Oh. Uh-oh.
Just
Well,
fucking trip.
We
Yeah,
we
all
both
right,
beefed
well,
it, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's cool. Real cool stuff.
Wait. Stop. Listen. He's here. How can it be? He's here. Don't you understand what this means? He's here. He can tell you. He can tell you the truth. As I've been doing all along. Please, I don't know what you want me to say. Shh. Come on up. Come on up. Speak to us. Speak to us!
Looks at Orcris.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, there are two.
Myron, is it?
Yes. Oh.
Game paused.
I don't believe. Oh, yes, sir. I don't believe I ever got your name. But it's good to see you again.
Myron.
I sort of hold out my hand like stay put.
Thessia's like, you don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, this man appears from between the statues, which, I'll just go ahead and these will be annoying if I leave them here forever.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to these were here for dramatic effect, and now I don't need them anymore. Get out of here. One line. There we go. Yeah, you see at the back of this room, standing near the back wall where these stone tables have been thrust into unfamiliar shapes. There is an older man, the large stalagmite beard of obsidian, and another younger man in a cloak with horns, looking just fucking terrified out of his life, holding holding a sharp, it's not a chisel, it's just a sharp piece of, it's a metal shard that is soaked in blood. And you can see Myron has carved into his arm far, we're not talking scratch level, like down as far as bone, what you recognize as the Rune of Innocence.
And to clarify,
Thessia, this is indeed the same Myron you knew, though if you hadn't heard the name, you would straight up not have recognized him.
Yeah.
It is you. Good. Well then, share your story. Tell us the truth. I think I am owed that much. Tell this one. He reaches across the table and grabs this man. Tell this one what you did. Tell this one how you killed me. How you killed those people.
Who's he looking at?
He's looking at you.
Of course, Myron. And might I say that it is such a sad state of affairs that we find ourselves here. But look at what this time of isolation has brought you.
You stand right there, you scorpion. You stop moving right this instant.
Or what? You'll kill him?
No. I need this one, or else they won't believe me. I'll kill you, my friend. I'll kill you so much slower than they died.
I'd be interested to see that. What would you do?
What would I do?
Carve runes into my bones?
That morbid sense of humor hasn't changed, I see. No. I don't need to place my rune upon you. My rune is already placed in all the places I need to squeeze the life out of you. One bone, one vertebra, one organ at a time.
Well. Go on.
Did you just say well and leave it at that?
Go on, then.
Stay back.
I don't want to hurt you. I didn't even know it was you. No one knew it was you. You have been completely forgotten.
Can you make a roll to die real quick?
Yeah. We'll see if that's needed.
Sorry, I'm looking for... Where's my fucking... Here we go.
I think Thessia moves up like a little bit.
Am I still locked out of...
If it says locked out, then you're locked out. But now that
Cool.
you've rolled, it should no longer be locked out.
Gotcha.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm looking for something specific. Where's the fucking... I thought I had... I guess it's just this. Let's try this. Nope, that's way too positive. All right, that's okay. I don't want to sit here at the jukebox. The problem is I've brought in all this music and I don't know what fucking anything.
What everything is yet.
Yeah, no, I don't even begin to remember what is what.
And that problem with Valorpunk.
That's your roll to die, is it? Okay. Just gonna do a real quick.
A very average roll to die.
Indeed. Okay.
Oh, +2. Gross. I don't like that.
Orcris, you advance on him because you see him flinch away, and in spite of his physical stature and his apparent frame of mind, he doesn't look like someone who is reflexively likely to reach out and just try and like stab you or something. You've
I don't care if he does. That's the thing. Nothing can hurt me. Not really.
I mean, really, when you put it like that, you're absolutely right.
Things can hurt me, but like
I mean,
they won't kill me.
Let's be real, yeah. You do, however, you feel a cold and very firm hand on your shoulder here as this statue shifts and grips your upper arm, and just the hand entirely shapes around it to hold you in place. On these side of the statues, you can see a detail that you couldn't see from the other side. On all of them, there's been a hole bored in the forehead, and on these two, you see the stone has been warped and wrung towards that hole, and there is the shade, the dried remains of a gout of blood. I never thought I'd see the real thing again.
Not sure what to make of that.
He turns to the man he believes to be the purifier. You stand off to the side. This will be over quick, but I need you to witness. He flinches away into the corner as soon as a hand is released from his shoulder. Who is the other that you brought?
Go on. It doesn't matter. Not really. Not when your ascension is so close at hand. All you need to do is sacrifice one more person. One more person, and then you'll see the truth that I have always tried to show you.
You shut your disgusting mouth. I've never sacrificed anyone in my life. You killed them. You killed all of them.
Myron, I'm not a murderer. Not like you. But I'll give you the opportunity right here and now. You can't really achieve that next step. Not without blood. And whose blood would be better than mine?
He takes several very heavy breaths, and you see his fists clench and unclench, and you feel the stone hand around your forearm tighten even further to the point it's almost crushing your bone.
Ah, there it is. Don't give up now. The moment he starts to put more focus in, I'm gonna throw my fucking knife at him.
Whoa. All right. Go ahead and
once he like just takes his eyes, puts his eyes down even a little bit, I'm gonna throw my fucking knife at his neck.
Okay. Go ahead and make a roll to do.
I shall. Let's see here.
Yeah, if this starts to pop off, Thessia will probably also sort of get involved. Like, I think she's been kind of caught off guard because she's seeing the use of Thale in ways she hasn't before, especially with the material that is not normal.
Yeah. Okay. He is Yeah, no, he's gonna lock in. It's not a high number, but he's gonna lock it in because it's mood appropriate. Yeah, okay, well, on 18 is bigger than 6, so you do hit, for 2 damage. So your knife flies true, and he doesn't really have time to dodge, but he reflexively sees it, like, heading for his neck, snaps his head down, and, the knife clinks against the stone stalagmites of his beard, cutting into them, but not damaging
it's
his body.
obsidian. Obsidian breaks.
You know.
Obsidian
You're
is
right.
sharp, but it's fragile.
You're right. The knife still gets deflected off, however, parts of his beard, individual quote-unquote hairs, shatter, and there's a little rain of obsidian shards on the ground. So for what it's worth, the ground is covered in lots of little obsidian shards in this area. He clutches a hand to his neck, and then he raises a hand to try to do what he was gonna do. Thessia, you said you wanted to act if it was popping off, so I'm gonna let you act here.
Yeah, I think what Thessia's going to do is she's going to sprint ahead. This is within 15 feet, so she is going to kind of like come from the side of you, Arcris, and activate her chisel so that it launches forward, aiming for the hand. The moment it makes impact, she'll activate the rune again to make it spider out within it to try and lock it into place.
Ooh, grotesque. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
brutal and terrible.
All right, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he probably won't be able to beat that on a roll to die, but we'll give it a shot. Okay. He's gonna lock this in now. You charge up from behind and thrust your hand forward, and the diamond chisel liquefies almost and elongates into a trail of diamond that just spears straight into his hand in the middle of it raising. And then you focus and you grit your teeth and you try and expand that diamond out within the flesh of his hand. Yeah, that's gonna be good for 6 damage.
Yeah, and then let's see here. I can also ignite to like prevent him from doing something, right?
You can ignite for a number of additional effects on an attack. I double checked the rules.
Sure.
Because I think I had possibly been using them slightly wrong or just not fully explaining them before. But let me quickly. While you have a swing, you retain it until you drop it, or you choose to ignite it. And you can ignite basically anytime you want to do something, an action that goes beyond what you would normally be able to do in a single roll to do. So I might just call for it. Oh, I'll let you do that if you ignite your swing. Or something you can choose to do for standard things like, I want to knock the target back when I hit them with this, or I want to prevent the target from moving, or I want to try and knock their swing off or disarm them or whatever. So the important thing is normally you do need to, if you're going to try and do anything special like that, you do need to ignite before you make the roll.
Ah, good to know. Okay, then
which
in that
I did
case,
not realize before.
Okay, then I will just leave it at that then. Because I also think it works because it's like a spur of the moment. Like this was her just like rushing up and even getting that precise of a hit is a miracle, let alone getting something else to happen.
Yeah. And he kind of sprawls backwards into the wall, and his hand flops to his side for a second, and he blinks, and Thessia, you get the distinct impression that he only barely recognizes you, just like you only barely recognize him. But he's been so focused on Orcris, this does seem to be the first time he's actually looked at you since you came in here. And he looks flat bewildered for a second, and sees you, sees Orcris, and raises the hand that your chisel is embedded in, and he squeezes it into a fist, and you feel the chisel starting to harden. That's not your will, but it's happening. It's a battle of shapers.
Oh.
Oh, and since it's
Oh,
a
shaping.
battle,
Shaping.
oh, you better not move, boy. You're
Oh,
stuck in a fucking
shaping.
stone arm.
Shape.
All
You're
right,
shaping now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, thank God this arm's so flexible. Oh, hey, oh. Just scoot.
Let's
It's fine. I'll just break it.
I think we've heard that one already. Come on, random jukebox, hit me with something new. No, we've had that. Okay, sure. Try this, whatever this is. All right. Yeah, so he is going to try to, he's going to ignite his own swing, because he's going to go for a disarm on you here. He's going to try and harden your chisel, and then either snap off the tip in his hand, or just yank it out of your hand.
Okay.
So he's gonna ignite, so he'll have to lock out his orange after this roll. He still gets to make the roll with the orange. So this is gonna be a roll to do. Oh, okay, I guess combat's gonna start for real after this, so you're not on the swing right now. Oh, I see. All right.
I cannot beat that with a roll to do. Because we would actually be clashing.
But what if
Oh, wait, no, it's a chisel. I get a +2. So if I roll a 19 or 20.
Oh my god.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, you are locked. Are you locked into yellow right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't even realize. Okay, so it's a clash. Okay.
Yeah. So unfortunately,
So he has to drop swing from this. Yeah. So, well, yeah. So with the clash, the ignites for the disarm. So I guess that's still gonna do the normal damage here. He can't lock out his swing to try and get extra damage. The fun thing is, because he's already locked out, he's already ignited for the extra effect. He can't ignite for double damage. You can still ignite to reduce the damage by the amount he rolled. So you can, if he hadn't also crit, you could have ignited to not take damage here. As it is, you can ignite to take 7 damage instead of 14.
I guess I will do that.
Although actually, it appears you only have 2 health right now.
Yeah.
So you will be taking a wound either way if you want to continue in this fight.
I will keep my yellow because like the damage, does it like bleed over? I'm still a little confused on how
no, when you hit 0, it's just okay, checkpoint achieved, and now you proceed. So the rest of the damage is overkill.
Okay, so I will bring that down to 0.
So put you down to 0 and make that recovery roll.
Yeah, and then I will keep red, but I need
Okay,
to.
and then you wound a die of your choice.
I will wound yellow, I think. Or yes. Yeah, I'll wound yellow.
Okay. And then everyone has done a thing. Everyone's aware of everyone else. And we're going to move on to full-on conflict. So everyone go ahead and roll to die.
Yeah.
Time to die.
I would love to keep that red. Thank you very much.
Schmooby.
Schmooby. And then for the disarm, did he break it or just like pull it out of my hands?
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of up to you because you can feel that he seems to be drawing more raw power from his use of the rune than you are, and so you can feel you're about to lose the tug of war. So you can let go of it, in which case, yeah, it'll be disarmed from you. It'll just be lodged in his body entirely.
Yeah.
Or you can hold on to your end, in which case it will break. Probably not in a way you can't fix given time, but it'll break for now, and you'll have a chunk of it, which will just be like a knife, effectively.
Okay. I'm going to let go because I'm gonna have the emotional side of her snap because she's like, that is important. I can't risk that breaking, even though I could probably fix it. She just lets go immediately.
Okay. Let's see. So Orcris had a 5 roll to die. He had a 4. He only has 1. Yeah, wow. Look at these limp dick fucking roll to dies we've got. Thessia,
pretty
you
bad.
take it with a 6.
Let's see here. So if Thessia's going first, I think what she'll...
Or that rather, you get to choose who goes first.
Oh, Orcris, do you have any big plans or...
I'm gonna talk him down.
Then we should probably open with that. I will let you go first.
Okay. Let me see how well I do before I begin talking.
To influence the RP.
Indeed.
You can do that. You can also do your RP first, and I may set the difficulty at depending on how well I think you RP it.
Oh, okay. What do I trust more, the dice or myself? Let me begin talking. Well, that was exciting. Perhaps we should bring it down a level.
Oh? You were the one who wanted blood. Your blood. All over. Have you changed your mind? Would you rather speak?
I think so. After
speak.
all, I don't want. After all, I did some. I did some physicking earlier this afternoon, and I would hate to see my patient die after such a rousing success. Perhaps I can help you as well, my friend.
Patient.
I know that I haven't always been able to help you.
He has a 1,000-yard stare for a second, and then looks past you.
Thessia, are you this patient?
I am.
Oh, God. What did he do to you?
Kind of cocks an eyebrow. He saved my life.
This monster only trades in poisons. Whatever he's done to you. See a healer. See anyone but this one. He will use you. And then he will send you to die for him. He will make you die for him, and first he will make others die for you.
Is that what he did to you?
Well, no. This is obviously the ranting of a madman.
Calm yourself.
Calm yourself.
Calm yourself.
It's all part of the process.
This is the obvious ranting of a madman.
This is your roll.
You little madman. You fucking
Roll to Madman. Roll to Mad Max. Okay, so you're rolling orange into his red, so this will be a clash.
Ooh.
All right, and you are the winner of said clash. So first of all, mechanically, do you want to ignite to try and get extra damage, or keep your
Yes.
Okay. I think in the circumstances, he's gonna take the damage to keep his swing. So he will take 6 instead of 3. Yeah, and in spite of the volley being back and forth, Orcris, it's obvious to you that even as much as he wants you to talk, he doesn't enjoy talking about this.
Then I'll let him keep going.
Just having to relive his past experiences is clearly a source of great pain for him. And he kind of cringes into the wall a little.
My body grew strange. I was walking in my sleep, even while I woke if I didn't pay close attention. Sometimes it would act unbidden. I saw every physician, every priest that I could. Nothing wrong with me, they said. Nothing wrong. They thought I was a simple madman or fool seeking attention. So I came to this one, who said, oh, of course he could help me. He had just the right medicine to make it all stop. And I thought it had. For brief days, I thought it had.
And then what happened?
The 30 people died by my hand. My hand, but not my will. It came back. This feeling stronger, more uncontrollable than ever. It was your damn drugs.
No.
They made it worse. You are either a charlatan or a fool, or a
My drugs-
murderer yourself.
My drugs cured you. My
No
drugs
such thing.
My drugs treated you. And what happened when you got off them? 3 days? You went 3 days without.
I used them exactly as you told me. Why am I There's no point to this. There's no point at all. I can see. You won't admit your complicity no matter what I say to you. But, he can get the truth from you. Can't you? The man in the corner just kind of puts his hands up. Carve it into his flesh as you did mine. You see? He points
I
to...
gave him a knowing smile, knowing that Thessia is behind me.
Messia, you believe me. You know I'm not a murderer.
Thessia is like, this is a lot of new information. Does she hear anything about this? Like, 30 people dying is like not
3.
some. Oh, 3? Oh, I thought he said 30. I was like, what the fuck? Have there been any reports that she would have caught wind of like, yeah, 3 people died X amount of time ago?
Go ahead and make a roll to do. You never heard anything concrete, per se. But you know that around the time Myron seemingly vanished, everyone was talking about, oh yeah, so like what happened to Myron? That's really weird. But well, everyone at your level at the college, you always got a slightly weird undercurrent that higher up people didn't seem surprised the way everyone else did. And you also remember finding it odd that it wasn't just Myron. You never saw Myron at the college again, but in point of fact, you never saw... while his family didn't leave the area, you never saw his wife or his brother again either.
She kind of like looks at Myron for a bit. And the Shapers hid this.
Did they?
Myron, this is the first I've seen or heard of you in quite some time.
That's not possible. That's not possible.
He seems as surprised at this as you are. Hey, Thessia, can you make me a roll to do?
Yeah, I was gonna say, go ahead and give him a punch.
I know it wasn't necessarily your intention, but it's gonna happen. And this will be a clash, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like he's wearing red.
Yeah. Do you want to ignite for damage here?
No, I don't think Thessia's interested in, like, harming Myron quite yet. Any further, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was more just to, like, lock this dude down before he does any more rune crafting.
Yeah, he's gonna take that, yeah, he's gonna take that 5 then. And you can see this revelation is hitting him just as hard.
There's no way they couldn't have known. They took me from my home. They took me from my home!
Who did? Venerel?
Not personally. Of course not personally. Oh, I've been a fool. Here I thought all this time they must have been trying, pleading for my freedom from this place. No, of course not. Why would she? Why would she concern herself?
They left you here for 10 months. Forgotten, discarded. Would they discard you, knowing what you now know? Could they discard you?
What are you talking about?
You've invented something quite unique down here, Myron. There are many people who'd be quite interested to know how you did that.
He stands up a little bit, still clutching his hand that's impaled with the diamond chisel, and sort of looks around at the statues, the blood, and not in a literal, but in a metaphorical sense, almost as if seeing them for the first time, like he hadn't put together until now the significance of what he has done here. And he looks...
What did it take?
This is...
He places a hand on the wall and sinks his hand into it slightly and pulls it back out and looks down.
Shouldn't be possible.
Places the hand back.
I can see it. I can see it. What am I? What have they made of me?
They? Did they do things to you here?
I don't know. I didn't know anything. I haven't had a thought in my head since that day. Since your poison. You thought you'd killed me. They probably thought you'd killed me too, but they wouldn't get rid of the body.
How disappointing. There's nothing left here.
What?
say
He
you're
can't
right
teach you anything. He can't teach us how he's come across this.
No.
He looks
Unless-
off. He looks off into the distance.
No, perhaps I can. Perhaps there's nothing I can teach you about the Rune of Alteration.
A very brief smile, a crazy smile crosses his face.
No. But perhaps I could be instructive about something else.
You both hear a quiet sort of snapping sound behind you. And the fountain has entirely frozen over.
Eyes widen.
Hmm.
How could
And
you...
it shatters.
Okay.
Shards of ice and
Ice?
mist that chills you to the bone erupts from it across you. We're gonna go back into conflict rounds real quick. He is going to wound this and restore this. Can everyone go ahead and roll to die?
You bet. I'm just gonna stay in red. I think she's still squared up for conflict more than anything. But seeing someone use 2 runes, especially one who didn't even, like, from what she can tell, mark it, very fascinated by that.
Let's see. He has the highest total. Yeah, you know, he's gonna go ahead and take this one. He swiftly bounds up onto the table, suddenly drawing on that emaciated by 10 months, but still very well chilled, very well sculpted body. He suddenly summons that strength when he'd seemed feeble and disoriented before. He bounds across the table, slams his hands into the frozen fountain, and sweeps his hand across and just throws a wave of absolutely sub-zero temperature, misty, watery air across both of you. This is going to be attack against both of you, for which he will ignite his swing.
Alright, I will roll to die.
Oh, he shouldn't have ignited that yet, though. I should have rolled first. Lol. It's okay, let me reset that real quick. Okay, here's going to be his roll to do. This will not clash with either of you, since you're both in red.
Ooh,
Damn, a 10 on the...
that's a big effect.
Let's see, your roll to die is 8 there, Orcris. All right, yeah. This is going to hit both of you. So you are each going to take 10 damage from that. He now will lock out that swing. As soon as he does this, he recoils from the cold himself and almost seems like, wow, I can't believe that worked expression on his face. And the freezing water sloshes over you and starts to harden on you. Well, this won't matter to you, Orcris, because you are already
stuck.
You're already immobilized by a stone arm. Thessia, you are frozen in place for 1 round. You can act, but you cannot move.
Okay. Am I so I can, I'm not gonna lock out, I think.
He's gonna pass it to you next, I think, Thessia.
Okay. So the chisel, is that still, like, in his hand at the same length that it was, or has he shortened it, or?
Yeah, so you butterflied it out inside of his hand, so some of its length is in there, but there's still a full, like, multiple feet of it just jutting out of his hand like a stalagmite.
When he went to go throw the water at us, is it, when he did that, is it within reach that I could grab it?
Oh. Let's see. The path he moved technically didn't take him right beside you, but...
I figure when he goes to throw the frozen water, though.
Oh, yeah, if he moved a little closer. I'll say, this is a great opportunity. I'll let you do it if you ignite your swing. You can make a roll to do. And I'll even say, because just the disarm is not a huge effect, if you ignite your swing, you can try and grab the chisel back from him, and if you are successful, he'll also take the damage from you ripping it out of him.
That sounds good. And the chisel is involved, so +2. Well, that'll be 19 altogether.
Roll to die. Yeah, he'll lock in that. And yeah, that hits faux show. Faux
right.
show.
I will
That's 5 damage.
block out red. And then once she grabs onto it, she shortens it back to its normal length and brings it back to herself. How are you doing 2 runes? That's not possible.
No, it's not. And the only person left to act this round is Orcris.
You fucking waste of space. You're going to die in this place. Alone, forgotten. And for what? A chance to kill me? How pathetic. How worthless. Do you not aspire to anything greater?
I aspire to things you couldn't possibly give me. A clear name and a living family, you piece of filth!
And whose fault is it that they are dead?
Something in him snaps.
Yeah, good.
There will be no more words. He wants you to die right now.
I was trying to intimidate him.
Let's see.
I was trying to hurt
Yeah,
him with
what-
my words.
You can still, you may still get that. You're gonna, assuming he doesn't beat this on a roll to die. Oh, I'm stupid.
This
This is
is
a
clash,
clash
yeah.
now. He locked in red. Okay, forget that. Roll to do. All right, you win that clash. Do you want to ignite for damage or keep
I
it red?
ignite.
Ah! Okay.
Good old damage.
Yeah, he can ignite to reduce that, but just between you and me, it doesn't matter. He's close enough to a wound that it will push him over either way. Yeah, I think he's gonna have to... Okay, let's see. Drop him to 0. Real quick, I'm gonna recovery roll, and I'm gonna flavor this depending on what he's gonna keep off of this. Okay. He's gonna keep red and wound blue. This exchange occurs. Something in him snaps Orcris, and Withessia has just yanked the chisel out of his hand. He is so infuriated by your words that he slams his hands on the ice again. But there is now a giant hole in his hand. Not even just a hole, but like a root system where the chisel was before. He slams his hands down in frustration and hatred, and his poor, bloody hand smashes through the ice, and he lets out just a guttural howl of pain. You've seen, this guy was having a symbol carved bone deep into his arm. This is the first time since you walked in here that he has actually straight up cried out in pain. His hand, as he raises it out of the fountain, is a complete mess. He swishes his hand again, and there's a puff of cold air, but he can't seem to get the same effect. Not without practice, not with one hand, not under this kind of emotional torment. He is wounded. He has rolled to recover, and that's the end of this round. We roll to die. Orcris will get to pick who starts the next round.
Oh,
Yeah,
perfect.
keep that.
Yeah, this works great because I'm in full brain mode. She's like, how are you doing that? I want to do that. Give me that.
Give me the thing.
Give me the thing.
Okay. Who's acting first, or Chris?
Thessia.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm still like frozen in place here.
You were frozen last turn. You can act now. Or you can move, rather.
Okay. If that is the case, I think Thessia's move is going to be to cut off his path of escape and whatnot, run up in front, and with her training, she's going to go for a kick to the knee, and then with two of her arms, grab his hands, and then the other two to like punch in the ribs to just like lock him into place and be like, "You're gonna tell me how you're doing this."
Okay.
So, ba.
Nice.
Let's see. No Clash or Rooney. Just a simple little roll to die. We'll keep this for all the good it will do him. That will be a hit for 6. You knee him, and he goes down hard on that leg, kind of toppling away from the side of the fountain here. And he sputters and coughs on the ground. Are you actually like saying to him, how are you doing this? How are you doing this? Or is it just that you're immobilizing him with the intent of then questioning him?
Yeah, I think it's the point was to immobilize him to then get very close of like, how long have you been able to do this? Are you even making a room when you're doing this?
I can't do it. I don't.
The fool doesn't know how he's doing it.
Isaiah.
By the way, who do you want to act next?
I guess or Chris.
You there?
Puts his
Now
hands
is
up.
your chance. Run or help.
He trips over both stools, jumps down this ledge, definitely immediately chooses run.
Well, damn. Are we having a good time? There's not a whole lot I can do. No, my tail's not long enough for all that.
You can be nice to someone with your orange.
Yeah, I can be nice to him, but we said talking was shut down. And I've already been kind of an asshole.
You could be
to
nice to Thessia somehow.
Yeah, I'll be nice to Thessia. I like your hair.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Anything else?
I
Sure is statue in here.
yeah, my arm is kind of feeling asleep. Boy,
Is your tail strong enough to like smack the stone off so that you can like start
probably
moving?
not, but I guess I could try
You
that.
can give it a try.
Because I figure while it's stone, it had to be pulled from it, so it's probably not like rock solid. It's probably like, you know, thinning out like paper and whatnot.
Let's give it a shot. No,
Oh.
no, it's not at all.
Okay, well, it was a 1 anyway, but yes.
Yeah,
All right.
no.
Yeah, you, in frustration, this useless fucking guy, it's somehow still useful enough to keep your arm here. You whack it with your stone tail, and the stone cracks a little, but far less than would be required to actually free you. Also, you send a tremor through your arm that hurts like a bitch.
Also, candy wrappers, careful.
Sorry.
So I guess it is.
Yeah, it's Myron's turn. Yeah, he puts his hands down on the ground.
Isaiah, I tried. I tried every rune. None of them worked. I didn't expect any of them to work. I wrung the blood from the stone, and I couldn't even tell you why. I just knew. I just knew it would work.
And he suddenly snaps to attention, like that train of thought abruptly crashed. And he looks you straight in the eyes as you're leaning down and you're very close to his face. And he he looks at you, not with recognition for the first time. He knew who you were, but he looks at you with what could almost pass for concern or even outright pity. He looks very dejected and just quietly whispers to you,
You should leave it all. You should leave it all before it's too late. Him more than anyone. Never, never trust that scorpion.
he has quietly, he has traced the rune of alteration in the floor here. You feel the stone underneath your feet suddenly whipsaw like a trampoline to throw you backwards. And then the floor ripples and rises. Not slowly, instantly. He wrenches the entire floor up from underneath him. The fountain is ripped in half, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. The statue nearest him is knocked over, and he ascends directly into the rock.
Ceiling?
Directly into the rock. Not in a, I'm going to swim through this using shaper powers
Right.
way.
Yeah.
In the other way.
Thessia immediately covers her mouth. Oh my god. Like,
Oh.
puts a hand on the pillar.
Wow.
Or Chris.
Lady Thessia?
The drugs that you gave him.
An entirely different batch for an entirely different situation.
She looks at you very coldly, kind of like studying you to see if that's true or not.
Looks at you, you say. Whoop.
Yeah. And that's true?
It is.
And then what did you give him?
Something that I thought would help with his sleepwalking. I had no reason to want him to start shaping in the middle of his sleep.
He was able to use a second rune. What appeared to be purely on instinct.
That is pretty fascinating.
It's impossible to our knowledge.
Knowledge.
One that I had considered, but to see it actually happen.
The world is so much more than what the people of Scon would have you believe it is.
With the blood, like, kind of dripping down from the stone, Thessia is in knowledge mode. And what she's going to do is she's going to walk back over to the pillar, and with her chisel, she is going to try and get as much blood and viscera as she can, shape the chisel into a bottle, and, like, tuck it away.
Oh. Grotesque. All right.
She wants to know
Yeah.
what is in the blood that let him do that.
Is it in the small intestine?
Yeah, like she...
Maybe.
Well, I mean, blood is blood. She just wants something to study later.
Yeah, the blood forms a kind of grisly but appropriate full circle little bow on the scene that you already saw here. And looking at, now that you can look at these statues at length and probably free Orcris, unless you want to leave him here to die, question mark.
No.
A little help?
you can see actually that the blood that was on these statues wasn't Myron's blood. It's definitely it's he couldn't have spilled that much blood before you guys fought him from just the wounds he had inflicted on him. The blood appears to have been squeezed from the stone, like wringing out a sponge.
Yeah, that's okay. So that theory is true. Thessia reaches over to the stone, and she's going to try and like snap, like she's about to like snap it off of your shoulder, and like leans in. You will tell me about this drug, though, won't you?
I could show you.
I don't want to partake in it. Not until I have a better understanding of it, but you must understand my fascination with it.
After today, I would be happy to help you in whatever scientific endeavor you pursue.
Deeply appreciated, Doctor. And...
I'm no doctor.
Oh, I know. And she is going to snap the arm off of your shoulder and then, like, as careful as she can to not harm you, like, snap the fingers that gripped you as well so that you can, like, fully get it off.
Oh,
you can definitely do that, but I'll tell you, Thessia, when you lay a hand on this statue that's had this blob of blood squeezed out of it, you realize actually you can shape the statue. Just the statue. You can feel the stone travel down, and when it reaches the table, it becomes hazy and then black again. You can't perceive it, but this stone here seems to work okay.
She kind of like tilts her head, looking at the table. Is there a safe assumption that maybe what's happened here is the material that she cannot transmute when Myron messed around with it, he was able to precisely pull just the stone?
That's a possible theory, certainly. Looking at what's in this room and the relationship between these things, it seems clear now that the blood is what was leavened into the stone, and that somehow seems to prevent a shaper from manipulating it. Perhaps for the same reason that a shaper can't manipulate stone that's part of a living body. So maybe he had a way of sorting the stone out from the blood that could defeat that trick. But if that was his method, probably even he didn't know.
Thessia is... because now she's in, like, pure fascination mode. Like, she is a kind-hearted person, but when something this interesting happens, she kind of loses that caringness. And as she walks on by, she, like, gets more of Myron's blood on her hand and wipes it on the table that she knows she can't manipulate, and she makes the Thale rune with that blood instead. And sees
fun.
if that activates it and allows her to manipulate the stone.
While she's doing that, I'm also going to collect a little bit of blood.
Let's all collect some blood.
You know,
We are
Everyone,
people.
don't forget your gift bag, your souvenirs.
Oh,
Yep.
thank you so
We're
much.
not coming back. If you don't have it and the bus leaves, we're not turning around.
Okay, fair. I'm
If
sorry.
there's
Thank you
a-
so much.
if there's like a chunk of skull or like I mean, indecipherable
I mean, there's
bone.
probably a chunk of skull somewhere if you look for it.
Yeah.
Thestia, you scroll Thale in Myron's blood on this table and reach out with your senses. Nothing.
She, like...
Oh, there! Are you alive? Oh, thank God. Oh, God, no. Oh, Myron's been dealt with, then.
Myron killed himself.
Horrible thing
Right.
to have to see someone do
There
in
was...
slow motion. on repeat over and over again.
There was an attempt to negotiate with him. He was too far gone.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. Well,
The city is all the safer for his absence, to be quite honest.
then let's... If you said you had a way in that's also a way out, let's make trails. I will be asking for a different posting when this is done. I can tell you that. I never see this place again. It'll be too soon. Continues muttering to himself as he walks away.
I think the both of us would find a lot of interest in the books and the records of this place.
She nods.
Probably before it starts getting used again.
Agreed. I need to know why the Shapers wouldn't talk about him at all. Myron wasn't exactly our most diligent of Shapers, but he was still a part of that collective.
Well, far be it from me, I only knew him in a small capacity. And I wasn't even aware that he was a Shaper until after everything.
Tessia, looks back at the stone that she couldn't manipulate. And is also kind of thankful she couldn't, because it's... Her hunch at this moment is that it is literally infused with, Scani, who were, had eaten so much stone and gems and whatnot that they had, modified their body, and it was used within the stone to prevent Shapers from modifying it, because that's technically not.
Yes, I would be interested to know where they got just the sheer amount of blood that it would take to create something of this size.
I mean, they had a whole prison that burned down. Not to mention how many, when someone does receive the execution, not like they make a big show of it.
Indeed. Huh. Prisoners becoming the prison. Well, if we aren't careful, we'll die in these walls. And then become them.
Right. I think Thessia kind of looks around one last time and is like, yeah, you did a pretty good job, Dad.
Kind of fucked up, but I sort of see where you're coming from.
Well,
It's not bad.
pretty fucking sick, Pops.
Pretty sick, dude. That's a popsicle. Sick move, Dad.
A popsicle.
Yeah, honestly.
And you make your way out of the prison after helping yourself, of course, to some of the juiciest records for both of your sakes. And we'll follow up with that later.
Yeah.
Stepping back outside, Orcarus, all you found in there in the end was disappointment, although a bit of peace of mind after some of what you had witnessed earlier today, and that's not worth nothing.
Yeah, it will, I don't have to worry about Myron anymore. Not that I thought I had to anyway. I thought I poisoned that motherfucker. But now that I know that I really don't have to worry about him, I'm like, okay, good, that's a loose end. Unfortunately, I've created like 2 more. But I saved one of their lives, so, that's useful enough. And then the other one was that I did another job well done for one of my betters.
Your good buddy, your friend or colleague, whatever.
My good friend. And so that'll help as
Yeah.
far as gathering resources and social climbing. So
Yeah, as a day goes, fairly productive. You can be a little pleased with that. And Thessia, for your part, when you exit the prison, it's hard to shake the feeling that you're not quite gonna look at the rest of the city the same as you did before you stepped inside.
Yeah.
And there's one last thing I want to end on here, which is a quick question. Do you think, after taking those records, etc., obviously you're going to go your separate ways today. Do you think you would make any kind of expectation of following up with one another at a future point? And I'm not prompting you to try to say yes for the sake of plotting or anything. It's fine if the answer is no also, but I'm genuinely curious.
well, in my case, it benefits me to be as friendly to the noble as I can be, to avail myself and make myself useful. And so if I find anything that I think may be of interest regarding the Shapers Guild or the Shapers College, or anything like that, then yeah, I would probably slide it on her way.
But in the way that you would any useful contact, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Thessia, for your part?
I think Thessia would be interested in collaborating again. Maybe not in similar circumstances of having to, fight.
Deal with
Yeah.
danger.
Think we do a collab on my channel? Like, find a good 2-player game?
Yeah.
But I'm mostly just digging through and looking for blackmail information.
Oh, you'll find that. Don't worry. Those were, I straight up in my notes, I was like, this is worth this if Orcus decides to look at these records and take them.
I think Thessia would be very interested in meeting with Orcus again. Just because she's also, again, there's that fascination of, what's your deal? What's going on, man? And not to mention, she probably used the excuse of, well, my mother would love to thank the man who saved my life.
Probably true.
And I'd love to meet her.
Yeah. Orcus, when you part with Thessia on this particular day, having dotted your proverbial runic I's and crossed your runic T's, in the sense of making sure you've given her everything useful you could from the room, you've shown her every favor and deference and been polite, as you would do for any person who can be of use to you. It's all very practiced. It's all very rehearsed. The events clearly affected Thessia more than they affected you. For you, in a sort of fucked up way, this is like, yeah, this is a day. There was, this was inevitable. It was always going to end this way. But there is one thing out of your routine in that regard. When you part with Thessia today, you watch her go, and for a second, she's walking away. You get a funny feeling. A feeling maybe that for sure you don't feel often. Possibly you've never felt. You look at her as she vanishes from sight around a corner at the end of the street, and you get a distinct sense that you are looking at a real person.
Ew. But also neat.
And that is where we will end for tonight. golly gee, I'm sorry this one went so long. I didn't expect it, but I was having a good time the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
No, it was really funny where you're like, yes, and then we'll also need to do a prison break. And I looked at the time like, oh hell no,
Like,
we ain't
we're
hitting
already
3.
doing the prison break. I
No,
was
it's a
like,
great time.
yeah, prison breaks next session. Okay, cool. I see how we're setting up here. I wonder how we're gonna get Oz into this. And then it was like, oh, we're doing that now. Oh, all right, here we
No,
go.
I loved it. I had a great
Yeah,
time. And
yeah, it was good.
Hello, we have been sent to jail.
I'm in jail. Oh wait, I mean we're in jail.
They put us in the fucked up,
You've
shitty
committed
prison
crimes.
that's permanently open now.
Stolen caramilk bar from corner store.
We are a one-person prison break.
We are Venom.
We are Venom.
No prison
Ready.
alive. No prison alive can hold me. Bump slightly into a wall. Ow, my bone.
My bone.
Ow.
Ow, the bone. Ow, our bones. All right, we're gonna end the everything here tonight. So go ahead and say goodbye to theoretical chat, everyone.
Yeah, good
Goodbye,
roll.
chat.
All right. All right. Hello again, everyone. We're back
Hello.
in present day. We've time traveled, you see. And wow. What as I've done these, I've started to feel like if any of you ever watched like Masterpiece Theater way back in the day, it would always be like there'd always be like a guy sitting in like a leather chair talking to the camera before the thing. They'd be like, what you're about to see, Dickens was very well known for that. And I'm like that guy just doing intro, outro.
That's how it be.
Yeah. Sometimes, man.
Sometimes.
All right, hang on. This is gonna be loud as fuck for a second. Oh no, never mind. It's fine. Okay,
Never mind. You're a genius.
never mind. Everything was better than expected.
Hell yeah.
All right. Now, before anything else, let's go ahead and look at fan art for tonight.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say you knocked it out of the park with this session. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Aram is a very good GM. I'm so thankful that he finally gets to stream one of his games.
Hooray! Okay, we do have an imager, and it was made by Rosie the Reveler. Thank you very much, Rosie.
Thank you.
Let me go ahead and swap us over to my little old browser window. Yeah, here we go. Let's take a look. So first of all, from Silver Winged Moth,
Yay!
we got this here. I was remarking this when I saw this fan art originally. What's really cool about this, obviously it's a nice piece of art in general, but we don't get many visualizations of Thessia doing different things with all her arms, being able to have the hands clasped in front of the chest and one dangling at the side and one doing an A off to the side. It's really cool to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Lovely artwork. From Silver Winged Moth also, the events of the first session.
Behold the rock.
Look at my rock. Watch it swing back and forth. You are getting sleepy. Thank you. From Paint Pal, we've got the third little guy.
Man, can Orcris ever be described as a little guy?
This is the most little guy I think he's gonna get. I like the take on the fucked up eye.
Yeah. Very nice.
Very nice. And also, even the third eye is still got the kind of shiny light on it texture. Very fun to see.
Yeah.
Then from Pupcat Dude, we've got, I believe they had a caption for this. Yeah, The Sea of Stone.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Thank you.
Ah, yes. Important. Hang on, let me kill the background music for a second. This is a shitpost that Savvy made long ago before the game even started airing. Here we go.
Dude, are you real? Dude, I think I am.
That's actually some pretty solid evidence.
Rene Descartes. Dude, are you real?
So good.
Rene Descartes.
Rene Descartes or Chris.
Or Chris. Thank you, Savvy. From Viv. The room that's not mapped. Pretty dark. Is this a closet? What's going on?
I love that she's like crying. She's like, what's happening?
Who turned off the lights in my room? Also from Pupcat, dude. Now to dispose of these useless pawns.
Or Chris.
Or Chris. God, he looks like a big, scary Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
They really should have manufactured Mr. Potato Heads with a little peg hole you could put a third eye into. I feel like that was a missed opportunity on their part.
Missed market.
From Good to Live. Sure is dark in this room. Twing! Activates.
Lovely.
We got a 4-part thing from Enid Huid.
What do I want? I want my family back, you piece of filth!
The baby said what?
Fuck you!
I love an enormous text bubble to just be
To just say fuck you. Yeah, no, it's very funny.
Very nice.
Not centered or anything. It looks like a line in from like a text chat.
Yeah.
Orcris DM'd me, that fuck!
Thank you very much, everyone, for your
Thanks, y'all.
contributions to the stream. All right. With that, that's the last of the prologues, and the story's only going to continue from next week out. We got all the players all the time, and you'll get to see the group dynamic. I'm real excited for it. But given that we ran so late... Oh, yes, you're correct, Soup. I was about to just sign off without saying shit about fuck, but no, I should do a last minute... real quick shout out Stabbiness Discord. That's where you can find discussion. That's where you can post fan art if you'd like it shown on the stream. So there you have that. But also, per Soup and Solidarity's reminder here, if you would like to support the show and if you'd like fun bonus content goodies related to it, I've set up a Patreon here. It's going to cover all my creative works, but right now it's focused on beginning of the end all the time. So far, there's been character reference sheets. There's been the full icon sets for the player characters after they show up. There's been concept art. There's been now a lore drop. I'm gonna be rolling stuff out pretty much like most days of most weeks for as long as I can. So if you'd like to see more and if you'd like to follow all the content updates for this, that's your best place. Since we ran so long on this one, I won't faff around anymore. I will let you all go for tonight. We will be back same time, same channel next week with episode 4. And then, until then, have a good night, everyone. Ooh, the music's looping here. This is perfect. I'll let it play us out. Good night, everyone.
Toodles.